Oh, you're okay. Good morning and welcome to the Orange County School Board's work session, which has been scheduled today for the purpose of discussing the following school board policies. DFAA, use of surplus funds. DIE, audits, financial planning. EBB, safety program. JIC, code of student conduct. JICA, student dress. JK, discipline of students. JKA, corporal punishment. JKB, detention of students. JLIA, supervision of students, and EEAEC, students on buses. This portion of the work session was advertised to start at 10 a.m. We're just a few minutes late getting started, and after which we will take a recess for lunch, and we will reconvene the work session at 1 p.m. to discuss the budget. The public will not have an opportunity to participate in this work session to provide public input. Excuse me, because this is not a regularly scheduled school board meeting and no action will be taken, and there will be no pre-agenda period in which the public would normally address the school board on relevant topics that are not related to the work of the board. Thank you so much for being here, all of you that are here in the audience with us. As a reminder, face masks are optional, and for everyone on school property. All of our board members are attending in person except for Member Cobert, who is she attending? I know she's under the weather. Is she attending at all, Cobert? Let me check. All right, Member Cobert is with us?
Yes, good morning, Chair.
Good morning. I'm sorry you're not feeling well. I'm glad you're taking care of yourself. And for everyone else up here, we're glad you're not with us as well. We all need to try to look out for each other and stay healthy and safe, so we'll be thinking about you. Also want to mention that we have one school board member Gould, who is joining us, but will be running a little bit late, so we'll recognize her attendance in the record when she gets here. Also want to remind the public board members will not be engaging in outside electronics or digital communication during the meeting, so we can focus on the meeting itself. And to my fellow board members and to anyone who is speaking today, please remember to speak directly into the microphone. Make sure it's turned on. And we want to make sure, here we go. Let's recognize that Member Gould is here. I just said we'll recognize you when you arrive. So you are now officially recognized, and the minutes will reflect that you were here at the start of the meeting. All right, we are going to begin with a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, and I invite you to join us. And now for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Dr. Jenkins, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have several policies to get through today. The good news is that 6 of them are actually recommended for repeal as they are absorbed and accounted for in other policies. So while you see all the way down to 4.11, the last 6 are actually for repeal for anyone who might be watching or looking at the document online. So we are going to move through expeditiously. I would recommend, Madam Chair, that we hold questions to the end of each policy, not through all of the set that is before you today. So we'll stop at the end of each policy for board member questions, thoughts, concerns, before moving on to the next one. With that in mind, let's go ahead and kick it off with the use of surplus funds. CFO Doreen Conkerling will start us off. I always say your name wrong, Concolino.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. We are going to review policy DFAA, use of surplus funds. DFAA is being revised to update language on authorized investments and electronic transfer of funds. Revisions have been made to the existing policy language to include content formatting, official name changes, and procedural measures, as well as to update the statutory authority. Under Authorized Investments, Section 13, the proposed revision adds the Small Business Administration, SBA, and the Governmental National Mortgage Association, Ginnie Mae. Under Authorized Investments, Section 13, this proposed modification reflects the name changes to the Florida Public Assets for Liquidity Management Fund, Florida PALM, and the addition of the Florida Surplus Asset Fund Trust, Florida SAFE, and Florida Cooperative Liquid Assets Security Systems Fund, Florida CLAS. The above language has also been added or modified in subsection 14, E through G. Under Authorized Investments, Section 13, this proposed revision adds Egan-Jones Ratings, EJR, and Dominion Bond Rating Service, DBRS. Under Electronic Transfer of Funds, Section 17, this proposed modification now reads, emergency procedures, if they arise, should still follow the dual control approval measures. However, if the Chief Financial Officer is not available to approve the templates, the Senior Director of Finance, the Senior Director, Office of Management and Budget, or designee can approve them. And that is the end of our revisions.
All right, before we, I'm sorry, Dr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to remind the board and certainly give proper recognition to our legal team for working with staff on our policies. Quite often, the revisions are simply to bring us in compliance with more current practices as well as what is required statutorily. This one's fairly simple, but wanted to certainly make sure we have input on it just the same.
Of course, thank you. Any board members have input on this policy before we move on? All right, seeing none, Dr. Jenkins, you're recognized.
Thank you. Switching places. Our next policy is regarding audits and financial monitoring. Your internal auditor, Linda Lindsay, will walk you through it. Ms. Lindsay.
Good morning. Okay, so our policy is named DIE. I don't like that, but that's okay.
That is unintentional.
Oh, now I understand why.
Yes, yes.
Somebody mentioned yesterday
So
they
this is
didn't
the
like it, and I
policy
goes,
you've been dying to hear about.
Oh. Now
This
I understand
policy-
why they named it that. We're always dying to hear from you.
Oh, nice, nice. This policy currently deals only with responses to audit findings, requiring the superintendent to ensure the district responds to and corrects internal and external audit findings in a reasonable period of time. It also, and these revisions will expand and clarify the expectations when it comes to internal and external audits. The first revision is to the title of the policy. We're changing it from audits/financial monitoring to audits and financial monitoring. And the first title of the first section is internal and external audits. Under that section, we have 4 clauses. The first states that the superintendent shall ensure that the school board internal auditor is notified of all audits, including audits initiated by internal departments to assess compliance or to improve efficiency, effectiveness, and/or performance, and external audits by certified public accountant firms, state and federal agencies, the Florida Auditor General, and similar entities. Next, the school board internal auditor shall be included in entrance and exit meetings related to any of the above audits and receive a copy of the final report and management responses. Next, following the issuance of each final report, whether conducted internally or externally, The Cabinet official shall develop and implement a corrective action plan to resolve audit issues in a timely manner and present it to the Superintendent's Cabinet. And lastly, the school board internal auditor shall track and report on the resolution of internal and external audit findings and recommendations to the Audit Advisory Committee and to the school board. And this, we are also adding the specific statutory authority that is related to these provisions. And those are the revisions. We do want to assure you that most of this we're doing now anyway. This is a codification of current practices. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Lindsay. I was going to say just what she mentioned. These practices are already in place. Codifying them and updating some dusty policies was just necessary, so happy to entertain any questions or comment from the board.
No one on the board seems to be dying to comment on this.
Not at all, Di.
All right.
So
All right, thank you.
I think we're ready to move on. Thank you.
That's great.
All right, our
Dr.
Chief
Jenkins.
Brian Holmes is going to come and walk us through EBB. That is our safety program. This one is more detailed because of what we are required to do per statute. Chief Holmes.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Dr. Jenkins, and members of the board. EBB is being revised to include legislative updates and updates required by the State Board of Education through the Florida Administrative Code. Revisions have been made to include legislative updates, content formatting, and terminology edits consistent with statutory language and the Florida Administrative Code. To ensure transparency of the information contained in the policy, the proposal is for the policy to be renamed to Accident Prevention and Safety Program. The facility site administrator shall be responsible for maintaining safe conditions for their respective Orange County Public Schools, OCPS, community. The superintendent shall designate a school safety specialist for the district. The school safety specialist must be a school administrator employed by the school district or a law enforcement officer employed by the sheriff's office located in the school district. The school safety specialist must earn a certificate of completion of the school safety specialist training provided by the Office of Safe Schools within 1 year after appointment and is responsible for the supervision and oversight for all school safety and security personnel, policies, and procedures in the school district. And I currently serve as the school safety specialist for the district. School resource officers, and we're going down through these definitions, are sworn law enforcement officers employed by the law enforcement agency who have successfully completed training in accordance with Section 1006.12 Florida statutes. School safety officers, SSO, are sworn law enforcement officers employed by the School Board of Orange County, Florida, Board, who have successfully completed training in accordance with Section 1006.12 Florida statutes. Safe school officer means a school resource officer, a school safety officer, a school guardian, or a school security guard as identified in Section 1006.12 Florida statutes. Review school district policies. These are the responsibilities of the school safety specialist. These are requirements. Review school district policies and procedures for compliance with state law and rules, including the district's timely and accurate submission of school environmental safety incident reports, SESR, to the Florida Department of Education pursuant to Section 1001.212, subsection 8, Florida statutes. Provide the necessary training and resources to students and school district staff in matters relating to youth mental health awareness and assistance. Emergency procedures, including active shooter training and school safety and security. serve as the school district liaison with local public safety agencies and national, state, and community agencies and organizations in matters of school safety and security. In collaboration with the appropriate public safety agencies, as that term is defined in Section 365.171 Florida statutes, by October 1st of each year, conduct a school security risk assessment at each public school using the Florida Safe Schools Assessment Tool, FSSAT, developed by the Office of Safe Schools pursuant to Section 1006.1493 Florida statutes. Based on the assessment findings, the district school safety specialists shall provide recommendations to the superintendent and the board which identify strategies and activities that the board should implement in order to address the findings and improve school safety and security. The board must receive such findings and the school safety specialist recommendations at a publicly noticed board meeting to provide the public an opportunity to hear the board members discuss and take action on the findings and recommendations. The school safety specialist shall report such findings and board action to the Office of Safe Schools within 30 days after the board meeting. The school safety specialist shall coordinate with the appropriate public safety agencies as defined in Section 365.171 Florida statutes that are designated as first responders to a school's campus to conduct a tour of such campus once every 3 years and provide recommendations related to school safety. The school safety specialist shall develop and implement safety and security procedures for all district schools. All district schools and charter schools shall immediately, or as soon as practical, notify the OCPS District Police Communications Center if the safe school officer is not present on campus for coverage as required by Section 1006.07 Florida statutes. The school safety specialist will coordinate with the appropriate law enforcement agency and/or the OCPS District Police to provide temporary law enforcement services until the deficiency is rectified. The deficiency must be resolved by the next school day. The school safety specialist must notify the Office of Safe Schools within 24 hours of any deficiencies relating to safe school officer coverage and any instance of noncompliance that is determined to be an imminent threat to the health, safety, or welfare of students or staff. The notification must contain particularized facts beyond noncompliance with rule or statute that explain the imminent threat. The school safety specialist must notify the Office of Safe Schools within 3 days of any instance of noncompliance not corrected within 60 days. The school safety specialist will notify the superintendent or designee of any deficiency in safe school officer coverage which requires notification to the Office of Safe Schools. School administration is responsible for determining if safe school officers are needed for extracurricular activities and after-school events. When determining if a safe school officer is needed, school administration will consider the number of persons present, the ratio of staff members to students, and any other safety and security measures available. The school safety specialist, in consultation with the learning community and/or chief of high schools, may require schools to add or implement additional safety and security measures for extracurricular activities and after-school events. Upon identification of an instance of noncompliance with a requirement of Rule 6A-1.0018 Florida Administrative Code or other state law or rules relating to safety, the school safety specialist will provide written notification to the district school or charter school governing board of the identified noncompliance. Upon notification of an instance of noncompliance, the district school or charter school governing board will rectify the noncompliance and provide written notification to the school safety specialist. If the district school or charter school governing board fails to rectify the noncompliance, the school safety specialist must notify the Office of Safe Schools within 3 days of any instance of noncompliance not corrected within 60 days. The school safety specialist will notify the superintendent or designee or the charter school governing board, if applicable, of any instance of noncompliance which requires notification of the Office of Safe Schools. Pursuant to Section 1002.3316B8, subsection 14, Florida statutes, charter schools and their governing boards are responsible for meeting the safety requirements set forth in Section 1006.07, Florida statute, and Rule 6A-1.0018, Florida Administrative Code. Monitoring of safety requirements for a charter school is the responsibility of the school safety specialist pursuant to Rule 6A 1.0018 4 subsection A, Florida Administrative Code. The school safety specialist shall review charter school policies and procedures at least annually for compliance with state law and rules pursuant to Rule 6A 1.0018, subsection 4B, Florida Administrative Code. Authorized charter school personnel must be provided access to the Florida Safe Schools Assessment Tool, FSSAT, portal. All charter schools must cooperate with the school safety specialist request for information and access. It is recommended to remove the word school to ensure the policy is applicable to all property owned or operated by the board. The proposed revision to the title of this section reads, Toxic Substances in Work Areas. The School Board of Orange County, Florida Board recognizes that potentially hazardous substances may be used in daily operations. Insofar as possible, the superintendent or designee shall minimize the quantities of potentially hazardous substances stored on property owned or operated by the board. And that's it.
Thank you, Chief Holmes. Madam Chair?
I apologize. Board members, any comments? Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chief Holmes, do the current school safety specialists at each school, you said there's one assigned at each school, right? Okay. Right?
There's SSOs,
Okay.
Safe School Officers. There's a
Okay.
difference between the two. The definition that was provided there includes a safe, as an SRO, a school resource officer, a SSO, which, school safety officer, which I currently work for the board and I would be considered a school safety officer. And then there's also a guardian, and these all fall under this definition. And there's a security position that they also include in that has to have guardian training. So those four all would qualify for that SSO
Okay. And
at each school.
My question is, do they have to periodically, I know every day they're in charge of keeping the school safe, obviously, but do they periodically have to maybe walk the campus and check to make sure procedures are being followed the way they need to be, as in doors remaining shut and locked and fences being shut and all those kinds of things? Are those, I'm assuming that they have a certain time period. They have to check those periodically?
Well, that is part of their responsibility, keep the schools safe. It's comprehensive. There's much more to it than just, as you described, yes, making sure school doors are locked while class is in session. Yes, that is a responsibility, and that's just one of many. In our agreement, our SRO agreement that we have, we outline the responsibilities of the SRO, and those are the types of functions that we refer to in the agreement.
Okay, thank you.
And next we have Member Felder.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Chair Jacobs. First of all, let me just express my gratitude to the district and to you and your officers that we do have in place safety protocol as it relates to policing our schools and making sure that our children are safe. That is a component that should never, ever leave a school district. And I'm very grateful for that. The question I have, I looked in the policy, I just want to make sure as you were reading it that I'm clear. SROs, that are at the schools, they're up under your jurisdiction, but OPD loans them to us, right? Is that how that goes?
We have an agreement with the local agencies. There's 9 agencies besides district police. We provide some of those services as well, but there's 9 other local law enforcement partners that we have an agreement with, yes.
Because I've seen some people on some of my campus with the uniform for OCPS, and they're like the SRO, then I've seen OPD as SROs. One of the pieces in your presentation said that policemen should be at all times on campus. So I needed to ask a question. Does an emergency on the part of an OCPS district police, will it, if an emergency comes up where they have to leave the campus, is there a provision in the policy that will provide or allow an OPD officer to leave a campus for a specific time or to handle emergencies? Because based on what you read, you say they should be there all times. So in the event of an emergency, is there jurisdiction to allow that to happen? Or what would be an example of an emergency that will take an officer, SRO officer, away from the campus for at least an hour or two? Or do you not allow that? I just need some clarity.
There's always an opportunity for an emergency in someone's personal life, or even there could be something happens right across the street from the school that, say, for example, is a forcible felony. And they responded across the street. As soon as practical, they should backfill that position. They say, for example, the officer got involved in an arrest, that something happened right across the street from the school.
Not necessarily school students, but just an arrest.
It could have, yeah.
Okay.
Not necessarily. It could involve students. We don't know. We're just hypothetical, right? It happens right across the street. The officer responds, takes action. They would respond, one of their personnel, to back that up. If not, I'm to be notified, the District Police Communications Center, and then I'll be working with them or with and through the people that work for me to respond out there to backfill that.
Okay, so the next question, and this is my last one. Jurisdiction. Where does the jurisdiction end for SROs to protect the safety of school children? Example, school lets out. School lets out, and they have crossed the street from the school, or they have walked 30 feet, and a fight breaks out. Tell me, what's the position of the SRO at that point?
Well,
Or is that school's responsibility? I just need to see where we are with that.
it's both.
Both. Okay. And I have talked with the code of conduct people from the district. They help me understand what we can do, and I'm on a steady basis trying to make members of my constituency understand where we are as a district in terms of dealing with the safety of children when they're on our property and when they're off. And the superintendent suggested to me when I meet with them to look at situations as it relates to how many feet away or that we can do anything, because what keeps ringing in my ear and in my mind is safety, school safety. And we need that more than anything today. And we need to make sure young people understand that safety will always be a priority for all of us, whether it's in Orlando or Buffalo. It's always going to be a priority for us. So I just want to just be clear, and I'm sure when the district people come up to talk about the policy, we'll probably be able to get some more understanding. But I needed to express to the board and to you that members of my constituency, they have a real issue with safety. And again, as I talked with Dr. Jenkins, who's been very helpful with me to help me understand this, some of that jurisdiction will fall on the city of Orlando and Orlando Police Department. I understand that. But I just want to make sure the line, I know it's a thin line, from what they do on campus to keep our children safe, and then that right off campus as they're leaving or either as they're coming on. I need to know that fine line because things are happening.
Well,
dangerous things are happening.
Absolutely. Let me flesh that out a little bit. Responsible, okay? Jurisdiction. If our principal sees it happening, I expect it to be reported. Can they intervene off our campus? The answer to that is they shouldn't be walking off our campus and directly intervening in that. Their jurisdiction is on our campus. The SROs, it depends on where their jurisdiction ends. I know there's some schools that have OPD's jurisdiction,
And in
right
Orange
up
County,
next to the sheriff's office jurisdiction. And if it's not a forcible felony, those OPD officers are likely not
Explain to me a
respond.
forcible felony. What's
A
that?
robbery,
Okay.
shooting, something of that nature, threat to a person's health and well-being to the point where up to and including death.
Okay, you've answered. I've asked as best as I could, and you've answered as best as you could. But I still have questions. I believe before I leave.
They are
today.
responsible reporting, though. They see that going on. They'd certainly want to pass that information right on to the sheriff's office and ask them to respond. Same thing with our staff. If they see these things happening, we do expect them to make those type of calls. But should they be crossing the street, leaving the school campus to intervene in a fight? The answer is they should not be. They should be, a law enforcement should be taking that role.
The city's law enforcement.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or
the county, yeah.
if it's in their still in their jurisdiction, yes. Or reporting it to the other agency.
Okay, thank you so much, and I'll do my best again to reiterate what you've just explained to me as a board member to members of my constituency who have children in various schools, to help them to understand how that works. And maybe there may be some other things I can do as a board member, maybe get a newsletter out or just constantly remind them of what where our powers lie and what's outside of our jurisdiction, and then perhaps cooperate with the city of Orlando's police department, or the county's sheriff's department, so that we can make sure that we're all working together to make sure of the safety of our children. Okay.
I'm glad you brought it up,
Uh-huh.
and I will say this, I'm the liaison that contacts both of those agencies. I've had conversations with high-level leadership there about some of these type of issues, exactly as you described. And
It's very serious.
Work to try to ensure that there's a response to that, and it's not just sitting dormant and happening day after day after day
I
after day
appreciate
and
that.
not being addressed.
Don't ever let it be dormant. I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Member Felder. Member Felder, I think Chief has covered most of it, but one thing I think is important probably
You can hang out.
to share with your constituents who are concerned about this is why if we have an SRO or an SSO
Yes, safe school officer.
on the property, why they're not leaving the property if they see something going on. Because if I'm a parent and my child is in a fight and it's with, yeah, and there's somebody visibly there. I want them dealing with this. So I think explaining that they're not going to leave is not going to go over well. I think it's extremely important to point out the reason we don't want them to leave is that we don't know what might take place on the school property. And then we've got a fight across the street, but we've got a whole student population that's unprotected. And it just makes for a very vulnerable situation. And in a really serious situation like the kinds that we've seen across the country, the last thing you want is your law enforcement leaving our campuses at a time when we could have an active shooter type of environment on our campus. The other thing I would suggest, I know that Chief Holmes has the relationships directly with the police chiefs, but depending on whether you're talking about city or you're talking about the county, I was trying to think of, whether is to also reach out to your elected officials on both of those, the city councils, and impress upon them what you're seeing, what you're hearing, how, unfortunately, I think what we're seeing is some of our kids are choosing to have fights just off campus, feeling a little safer maybe than completely removed from the campus. And at least this is what I've heard some of, is that they feel a little safer, a little closer. And so that extra watch by law enforcement when school is getting out, which I'm assuming most of this is probably more when school is getting out, but you know better than I do if it's morning or afternoon, that you can probably assist Chief Holmes' efforts to make sure that we've got the most law enforcement attention by working directly with the elected officials there.
I will, and perhaps you and I can have, a meeting and talk about some things, Chief Holmes. Thank you, Chair.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking about.
Great, thank you. I know you are in a really, you have the schools that have had the greatest fights this year, and it's a scary situation. I feel for those parents, and I know you are doing everything you possibly can to try to provide support and protection for them. Dr. Jenkins, you're recognized.
Actually, Madam Chair, you covered what I was going to bring up. I would just add to that, because I know there's been some coordination with OPD and with the Sheriff's Department. We can certainly also, Member Felder, have some information that goes out to all parents, reminding them about jurisdiction and why we will not pursue, in most instances, off campus unless there are some critical crimes being committed. It's also helpful for folks to understand bus stops are not our jurisdiction unless the bus is present.
Oh, they don't understand it.
Yeah, so we need to do a little more, we can do some more public information to make sure folks understand jurisdiction is limited at bus stops. When the bus is present, then we can take jurisdiction as well. So I think we can do some additional public information efforts around that, as well as a coordination with OPD or with the county, because quite frankly, it's not, there are a couple of other schools that probably had more instances than your district, but in the meantime, I think we have that campaign so everybody understands here's where our jurisdiction is, and here's some things you can do as well. One community actually had volunteers, members of the board, that said when it's time for school dismissal, stand out on the sidewalk so you can see the children coming by, say, keep moving, keep going. And that kind of adult supervision or oversight is helpful where our entire community can help. So we can work on some community campaigns as well, Member Felder.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Jenkins, thank you for clarifying the data on this issue as well. I know there's certain schools I hear more about, and I certainly hear the advocacy coming from Member Felder. So, Dr. Jenkins, we're back to you.
Sorry. No further input on this one. We are ready now to talk about the Code of Conduct. Mickey Joyner and Sarah Kopesky will walk us through. I was going to call the wrong Sarah again.
It's very hard because they both have K.
It's the mask.
It is a mask.
All right, take it away, Sarah.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
We are here today to talk about Policy JIC, Code of Student Conduct, as well as the actual Code of Student Conduct handbook that parents and students receive. The purpose for these revisions are to include language from policies JICA, JK, JKA, JKB, JLIA, and EEAEC, which are being recommended for repeal. Revisions have been made to existing policy language to include content, formatting, and terminology edits consistent with statutory language. Just a quick note before I get into our presentation. Anywhere you see underlining in the code, those are sections where we've added or modified language, so that just kind of draws your attention there. And then also, we do have the current language for the policy displayed. However, we're not going to read that verbatim, and we're just going to go over the revisions, but it is up there if you'd like to see it. So the first recommendation is, I apologize. The first recommendation of both JIC and the Code of Student Conduct Handbook is that throughout there'll be several red lines where you'll see if something's changed to board property, school transportation, and/or school activities, and that's really just so we're consistent throughout. So some places it said OCPS property, some places it just said board property and school activities. So we wanted to make sure those three things were consistent throughout both the policy and the code. So you'll see those changes in the red line itself. And then in the policy, under student control and supervision, our current policy is laid out where the Code of Student Conduct is like an introductory paragraph in the policy. And then the next section is student detention, searches, and seizures. And then it's student control and supervision. And that student control and supervision is going to be your jurisdiction piece there. And so I'm recommending moving that up above the student searches, just because it makes more sense and flows better that you have kind of an introduction to the code, and then it goes into our jurisdiction, and then it goes into the individual sections pertaining to discipline. So under student control and supervision, we're recommending that this section be modified to include a reasonable time before or after school, which is permitted by Section 1003.31 Florida statutes. And the proposed revision reads, OCPS students shall be subject to Florida statutes, the State Board of Education rules, and board policies, including the Code of Student Conduct, during the time they are attending school, are at a school-sponsored activity, are being transported to and from school at public expense, are on property owned or operated by the board, a reasonable time before or after the school day and on board property, or when appropriate, any other jurisdictional area as permitted by Florida statutes and/or State Board of Education rules. Also under the student control and supervision, principal's responsibility, we're recommending this section be modified to include language from policy JK. That's one of those policies we're recommending for repeal. And that title is school discipline. And the proposed revision reads, the principal designee shall be responsible for maintaining proper discipline throughout the school and shall see that students are properly supervised while on board property, on school transportation, and/or during any school activity. As it pertains to OCPS employees, this section is modified to include language from policies JK, student discipline, and EEAEC, student conduct on buses. The proposed revision reads, OCPS employees shall assist the principal in maintaining proper student control and assume such authority for the control and supervision of students as may be assigned to them by the principal, and shall maintain order in the classroom and in other places where they are in charge of students. As it pertains to buses jurisdiction, this is the piece that Dr. Jenkins actually just reviewed, but this is permitted under policy JLIA, and which is supervision of students, and section 1006.10. And the proposed revision reads, Florida statutes assign the board with the authority over students while they are on school transportation, but not when the students are waiting at the bus stop or en route to or from the bus stop unless the bus is present. And that is directly from statute. For firearms and weapons, we also have a section in there, but as all of you remember, we just went through policy JICI, which is pending adoption in June. And so we align JIC to JICI,
and are recommending a title change for that subsection to be firearms, weapons, and destructive devices. And then also adding in a reference to policy JICI and restrict this particular section to students only because the code only applies to students. So in JICI, it applies to students, staff, and members of the community. However, in JIC, obviously it's only going to apply to students because it is the Code of Student Conduct. And so the proposed revision would read, the board prohibits any student from bringing or using a firearm, weapon, and/or destructive device on board property, school transportation, and/or any school activity. Possession or use of a firearm or weapon shall result in disciplinary action, consultation with law enforcement, and may result in criminal penalties. This prohibition includes, but is not limited to, possessing or carrying a firearm or weapon on his or her person, in a vehicle, and/or any other container or conveyance. Additional information pertaining to this section can be found in the Code of Student Conduct Handbook and Board Policy JICI titled Firearms, Weapons, and Destructive Devices. We're also adding a section on corporal punishment. We do currently have a policy specifically on corporal punishment that was adopted in 1993, so this isn't something new. We're just moving it over to JIC. And it just copies verbatim what's currently in policy JKA, corporal punishment, and it reads, the board prohibits the administration of corporal punishment within OCPS. The code shall provide an alternative control of discipline as required by Florida statutes. Dr. Jenkins, that concludes the policy itself before we get into the handbook.
Thank you, Sarah. Ms. Kopetsky, I want to emphasize corporal punishment has been prohibited. We're simply collapsing a policy so that it is noted here. It does not need to be, it's one of those that we are collapsing because there's no need for it. But let the record show clearly we have had corporal punishment outlawed for some time in Orange County Public Schools. In Orange County Public Schools. Madam Chair, if there are any specific questions on this portion, if there are no specific questions on this portion, we'll start to walk through the actual code.
We actually do have a couple of questions.
Okay.
Member Byrd.
Thank you, Chair. On page 26, the part that was added, a reasonable time before or after school, after the school day, and on board property. I'm just wondering what the reasoning for adding the term a reasonable time before or after school day.
So that is currently in 1003.31 Florida statutes. It's just something that wasn't there before, and I just caught it when I was going through the policy and comparing the other discipline policies. But it is part of our jurisdictional statutorily allowed jurisdiction areas. So it is 30 minutes before or after school. The statute itself says a reasonable time, but a reasonable time is considered to be 30 minutes, and it does detail that within the statute.
Okay, but that doesn't include, the reason I'm asking is because like rehearsals and practices are way longer than that, but that's considered, is that just considered under school-sponsored activity? Is that how that's covered?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Member Gould.
My question has to do with what you think is going to happen in the future with firearms, and this may be also for Chief Holmes, but with firearms, if open carry, will one statute override the other one on the school safety property?
Do you mean as it relates to policy JICI?
JICI and firearms on our campus. Yeah.
I know that we discussed that last time as well. Because it's not been adopted yet, I don't think that it's going to have an impact at this particular moment. And I will say that the policy itself for the JIC is prohibiting it for students, which we are allowed to do, and we're actually required to do under 1006.07.
Yeah, I mean, these statutes are going to be in conflict with each other all over the place. That's what.
And we'll have to wait to see what they say, but we'll have to, what we'll do is we'll bring it back to you if we need to as an emergency policy revision or whatever, depending on what that new language may or may not say.
So that would be the DOE that would give us that guiding language, or you think there will be legislature? Okay.
Or else we can interpret it ourselves, but
okay.
sometimes our statutes conflict.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Dr. Jenkins?
Thank you. Before I hand it over to Ms. Joyner, one of our wonderful area administrators who has worked on this, and we are joined with some of our other area administrators today, I just wanted to review what we've done so far in order to come up with the red line that we're presenting to the board today. So in February, we held a work session with the board and discussed possible changes and presented some ideas that staff had. We then had individual meetings with each board member in April and went through our proposed revisions and also gathered some more information and possible changes at that time. We held 5 face-to-face community meetings throughout the district and sent out a district-wide online survey, which occurred in late March and early April. The survey had some review questions for the code and also allowed for the community to give specific input. We had over 5,500 community members, which may include students, staff, and parents or guardians who participated in the online survey. Of those 5,500 participants, over 1,300 community members provided specific feedbacks or suggestion to change or modify the code. The categories, we then went through all the feedback and broke it down into categories. A lot of the suggestions were for policy or procedure changes. I apologize, not necessarily for policy or code changes. But we did break it down, and there were 3 main categories that had majority of responses. The first being dress code, which we did a major revision to the dress code 2 years ago, and we really found that the responses were equally split. Some people wanted a more strict dress code, some wanted a more lenient dress code. Some asked that we remove the face mask requirement, which Ms. Joyner will go over soon, and we did do that in compliance with statute. But as far as changing anything else in the dress code, you will see that we did not make any other modifications because of the varying responses to the dress code itself. We thought we would leave that at the board's discretion if you believe any changes are needed. Again, majority of the responses were they wanted it more lenient or more strict, and so we didn't really have a way that we could satisfy all the constituents on that. The other 2 categories that we had a lot of responses were were enforcement of the code itself and then ensuring swift and consistent consequences for students. So again, that's not something that we would put into the code, but that is something that the community would like to see happening from a procedure standpoint. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Joyner to go over the code.
All right, good morning. All right, I'm going to start with the non-discrimination statement. The current non-discrimination statement is updated to the long version of the statement. On the acknowledgement page, language is added to notify students that fighting is prohibited and provide the definition of self-defense. The proposed addition reads, I understand that fighting is not allowed. I also understand that I can protect myself by using self-defense if someone attacks me. Self-defense is described as an action to restrain or block an attack by another person or to shield myself from being hit by another person. Retaliating by hitting a person back is not self-defense and will be considered as fighting. Also on the acknowledgement page, language is added in compliance with House Bill 1421, School Safety. The proposed addition reads, I can anonymously report any suspicious or criminal behavior I observe to Fortify Florida through the Fortify app on my school-issued device or by going online at getfortify.com. I understand that if I purposely submit a false tip to Fortify Florida using my OCPS device, the IP address of the device will be provided to law enforcement as required by law, and I may face criminal penalties. Also on the acknowledgement page, the term rude is modified to teasing, and the phrase at school is removed. The proposed revision reads, always treat others with kindness and respect. Teasing, being mean, or picking on someone is called bullying or harassment and is not allowed. On the acknowledgement page, and I'm sorry, this is under the elementary section. Language is added to notify students that fighting is prohibited and provide the definition of self-defense. The proposed language reads, "Fighting is not allowed, but if someone hits you, instead of hitting back, you can protect yourself by getting help from an adult, holding the student so they can't hit you, or blocking the other student from hitting you. If you hit back, you could be in trouble for fighting." On the elementary acknowledgement page, the language is added in compliance with House Bill 1421, School Safety. The proposed addition reads, "If you see someone doing something bad, you should say something to someone." You can also report crimes to Fortify Florida through the Fortify Florida app on your school-issued device or by going online, getfortifyflorida.com. If you report things to Fortify Florida that are not true, you might get in trouble. Next slide. All right, Section 1, Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, the release of director information, military recruiters. Section 1003.451, Florida statutes, is added as an additional statutory citation. Under Section 3, student notifications, there's going to be a section title change. The recommended title is modified to parents and students notifications. Still within student notifications, participation in extracurricular, co-curricular activities. Additional language is added to this section to notify parents and students that off-campus behavior may impact their participation in activities. The proposed revision reads, "It is important for students to understand that the behavior expectations placed upon students by the school can extend beyond the classroom and school campus, example, social media. Therefore, off-campus behavior may impact a student's participation in extracurricular, co-curricular activities to the extent such conduct causes a substantial disruption to the operation of the school and/or activity." Next slide. Still within Section 3, under student notifications, student dress, the face mask requirement is removed in its entirety in compliance with Section 1002.20 Florida statutes. Again, within Section 3, student notifications, possession of firearms or weapons on OCPS property. The recommended modification is the title, "Possession of firearms, weapons, and/or destructive devices on board property." Still within Section 3, student notifications, possession of firearms or weapons on OCPS property. This section is modified to include destructive devices, which aligns with the pending board policy JICI titled Firearms, Weapons, and Destructive Devices. In addition, the reference to a visitor is removed as the code only applies to students. The proposed revision reads, "Possession of a firearm, weapon, and/or destructive device as defined in Chapter 790 of Florida statutes by any student while the student is on board property, school transportation, and/or at a school activity is grounds for disciplinary action and may also result in criminal prosecution. This includes, but is not limited to, possessing or carrying a weapon on his or her person, in a vehicle, container, or other conveyance." Still within Section 3, student notifications, possession of firearms, weapons on OCPS property, continued. This section is modified to remove the reference to Chapter 790 Florida statutes as it is repetitive and add a reference to proposed board policy JICI titled Firearms, Weapons, and Destructive Devices. The proposed revision reads, "Any student who is determined to have brought or possessed a weapon on board property, on school transportation, and/or to a school activity will be expelled with or without continuing educational services from the student's regular school for a period of not less than 1 full year and referred to mental health services identified by OCPS pursuant to Section 1012.584 Florida statutes, and also referred to the criminal justice or juvenile justice system. Additional information regarding this section can be found in Board Policy JICI titled Firearms, Weapons, and Destructive Devices. Still within Section 3, Student Notifications, Fighting, and Self-Defense. Language is added notifying parents and students of prohibition on fighting and defining self-defense. The proposed addition reads, fighting is prohibited on all board property, school transportation, and/or at school activities. Fighting is defined by the Florida Department of Education as two or more people mutually participating in the use of force or physical violence that requires either physical intervention or results in injury requiring first aid or medical attention. If the fight causes disruption to the school environment, it may be deemed as a major disruption on campus, which is a level 4 offense. A student may protect themselves by using self-defense if they are attacked by another student. Self-defense is not hitting back, engaging in a fight with other student, or retaliating at a later time. Rather, self-defense is an action to restrain or block an attack or to shield oneself from being hit. Section 3, again, student notifications, student parking, and school locker search. The reference to the K-9 officer is updated. The proposed revision reads, this includes the use of K-9 detection dogs. Next slide. Again, within Section 3, student notifications, student parking, and school locker search. This section is modified to remove the presumption of possession. The proposed revision reads, a student is responsible for all objects found in the car the student drove on campus and/or in the student's locker. Section 3 again, student notifications, search of an individual. Language is added referencing random searches. The proposed addition reads, secondary schools may have their classrooms randomly selected to be searched, which may include a search of the student's person and/or belongings. Section 3, student notifications, again, trafficking. The term either is changed to such as to demonstrate that human and drug trafficking are two examples of trafficking. The proposed revision reads, any form of trafficking, such as human trafficking or drug trafficking, is prohibited on board property, school transportation, and/or at school activities. Next slide. Student notifications, detention. Language is added from policy JKB, detention of students. The language is also updated to include detention that may occur before school, during school, or on a non-school day. The proposed addition reads, detention is permitted during school hours or outside of normal school hours if the principal or designee believes the detention is in the best educational interest of the student. Written notice should be provided to the parent, legal guardian, 24 hours before the start of the detention. If a student is assigned to detention before or after school during the school week, then the detention shall be no longer than 1 hour and shall not exceed 5 school days in a row unless the principal or designee, parent, guardian agree otherwise. If the student rides the school bus, prior arrangements shall be made by the principal designee to ensure the student has transportation. If a student is assigned detention on a non-school day, then the detention shall be for no longer than 4 hours unless the principal or designee, parent, guardian agree otherwise. Restorative practices. This section is modified in its entirety. The proposed revision reads, restorative practices is a research-based approach to address school culture and climate. According to the International Institute of Restorative Practices, it is an emerging social science that studies how to strengthen relationships between individuals as well as social connections within communities. Restorative practices is a preventative approach aimed at promoting inclusiveness, relationship building, and problem solving. Restorative practices involves a continuum of interventions and strategies that are both proactive and responsive. OCPS has implemented restorative practices to address the unique needs of students who have committed disciplinary offenses in violation of the code. A trained school staff member, administrator, teacher, or counselor facilitates restorative practices, conflict resolution circles with the person harmed and the person causing harm. Some restorative methods include using effective statements, restorative questions, community building circles, and conflict resolution circles. Section 3, student notifications, internet policy. This statement is removed as it is redundant. All right.
Yes. So I'm going to interject really quickly before we get into Section 4 and Section 5. So Section 4 is going to be your secondary discipline code, and Section 5 is going to be your elementary discipline code. We have both in the PowerPoint, but in an effort to conserve time, because we know you have another large meeting after this, we're going to go through the secondary changes. The substantive changes are the same for elementary. It's just the elementary verbiage is going to be more child-friendly and verbiage that's easier for elementary students to understand. So we're going to go through the substantive changes in secondary only, but the elementary ones are in the PowerPoint and the red line for you to review as well, even though they're substantively the same.
All right, Section 4, disciplinary response code for secondary, post-secondary title. The recommended title is modified to disciplinary response code for secondary. Under student discipline investigations, this statement is made bold so it is easier for parents, guardians to find. Next slide. Level 1 KK, electronic device violation. The term wireless communication devices is modified to electronic device. The proposed revision reads, the misuse of electronic devices which are not educational in nature. Level 1N, other. The term minor is removed, may is added. The proposed revision reads, any other act of misconduct which may interfere with the operation of the classroom, the school program, a school function or activity, an extracurricular, co-curricular program, or proposed transportation cannot be coded as another level 1 offense. Level 1 O&P, unsubstantiated bullying harassment. Language is added to notify parents, guardians that unsubstantiated bullying and harassment is for documentation purposes only. The proposed addition reads, this offense is for the documentation purposes only as required by the Florida Department of Education. Discipline consequences are not given. All right, levels 1 through 4 consequences. The consequences for levels 1 through 4 are modified to remove the term mandatory from the parent-guardian contact. Change the term from safety plan to supervision plan, and the asterisk will denote mandatory consequences. Level 2, introduction. This statement is modified. The proposed revision reads, Level 2 offenses may include repeated acts of misconduct from Level 1 and acts directed against people or property that do not seriously endanger the health or safety of others. Level 2M, other. This section is modified to remove the term intermediate and add school transportation and activity. The proposed revision reads, any other act of misconduct that is more serious, harmful, or is a more disruptive example of any of the offense described in Level 1, which may interfere with the orderly operation of the school, school transportation, or school function or activity, and cannot be coded as another Level 2 offense. Level 2Q, electronic device violation. This section is modified to incorporate language from a Level 3Y and 3Z offense. The proposed revision reads, the repeated misuse of electronic devices which are not educational in nature. Unauthorized access to programs or files not expected or intended for student use on an electronic device or OCPS network. Example would be gaming. Sharing another person's username and password, or intentionally providing access to another person to use the student's device while the student is logged in. Level 3 introduction. Language is added to include notification of repeated acts of misconduct. The proposed addition reads, Level 3 offenses are major acts of misconduct that disrupt the orderly operation of the school function, or approved transportation that threatens the health, safety, and property of others. Level 3 offenses may include repeated acts of misconduct from Level 2. Level 3Q Other. This section is modified to align with levels 1 and 2 and remove the reference to threats. In addition, sexting and body piercings are added as examples. The proposed revision reads, any other act of misconduct that is more serious, harmful, or is a more disruptive example of any of the offenses described in Level 2, which may interfere with the orderly operation of the school transportation, or school function or activity, and cannot be coded as another Level 3 offense. This offense may include, but is not limited to, sexting that is not intended to extend beyond the sender-receiver, body piercing, providing false misleading information to staff members which causes a disruption to the school, language intended or reasonably calculated to insult and or incite another person, or the activation of a fire alarm that was not the result of a willful or malicious act. Level 3RR, physical aggression on an employee. This section is modified to change personnel to vendor and include volunteers. The proposed revision reads, the willful use of force upon an employee, contracted vendor, or volunteer that does not result in bodily injury. Level 3Y, electronic device violation. This section is modified to combine Level 3Y and Z, district technology violation, and update the examples. The proposed revision reads, the continual misuse of electronic devices which are not educational in nature. The unauthorized modification of software hardware configuration on an electronic device, example, factory reset of a district device, unauthorized access to programs and or files not expected or intended for student use on an electronic device or OCPS network. This section does not include images, videos, messages that can be classified as another offense. Example would be threats, images, videos containing nudity. Level 3Z, district technology violation. This offense is removed and is incorporated into the Level 3Y electronic device violation. Level 3, consequences. Alternative class is added as a recommended consequence. Level 4, in the introduction, language is added to include notification of repeated acts of misconduct. The proposed addition reads, Level 4 offenses are the most serious acts of misconduct and are grounds for expulsion. Level 4 offenses may include repeated acts of misconduct from a Level 3. Level 4C, threats, intimidations to a person. Reference to the threatening use or attempted use of a weapon or other dangerous object is added per the School Environmental Safety Incident Reporting Structure, SESR. The proposed revision reads, this offense includes, but is not limited to, threats made verbally or non-verbally by act, through social media, or by text, or threats, threatening behavior with a weapon, which is a 4H, or other dangerous object, which is a 4K, or the attempted use of a weapon, again 4H, or other dangerous object, 4K, without injury. Level 4D, battery. This section is modified to clarify that the use of a weapon or other dangerous object should result in more serious bodily injury. The proposed revision reads, this section includes the use of a weapon, 4H, or other dangerous object, which is a 4K, that results in more serious injury. However, this section does not include injury that is a result of fighting if the students are mutual combatants. Level 4H, firearms weapons, title change. The recommended revised title is Firearms, Weapons, Destructive Devices, Possession. Level 4H, Weapons, Firearms, Possession. This section is modified to add destructive device and remove the provision relating to attempted use to allow accessor. A reference for a proper coding is also added. The proposed revision reads, the possession or control of any firearm weapon and or destructive device, operable or inoperable, loaded or unloaded, as defined in Chapter 790 Florida statutes. Weapons are deemed zero tolerance by Sections 1006.07 and 1006.13 Florida statutes. Threatening or attempting to use a weapon is a level 4C or 4E offense. Using a weapon and causing injury is a level 4D or 4Y offense. A destructive device means any bomb, grenade, rocket, missile, pipe bomb, or similar, or any combination of parts to make a destructive device, which is designed or constructed to explode. More information can be found in Chapter 790, Florida statutes. Level 4I, major disruption on campus. An example is added to reference multiple participant fights that disrupt the campus. The proposed addition reads, this offense may include, but is not limited to, inciting a riot, initiating a false fire alarm, incidents that result in closing the cafeteria, fights involving multiple participants that disrupt the campus, and/or incidents that prevent students from proceeding to the next class. Level 4K, other dangerous objects. This section is modified to update the reference to actual and attempted use to align with accessor. In addition, the examples water gel bead gun and other items used for self-defense, example, Kubitan, are added to the offense. The proposed revision reads, the possession, sale, or control of any instrument or object other than a firearm or weapon as defined under Level 4 offense, which could be used to inflict harm on another person or to intimidate any person. Threatening or attempting to use a dangerous object is a Level 4C or 4E offense. Using a dangerous object and causing injury is a Level 4D or 4Y offense. Level 4L, repeated misconduct. This section is modified to include the classroom. The proposed revision reads, repeated misconduct which may substantially disrupt the orderly conduct of a classroom, school transportation, and/or school activity. Level 4M, robbery, extortion. The recommended revised title is robbery. Level 4O, sexual harassment. Language is added to reference physical sexual harassment on an OCPS employee, contracted vendor, or volunteer. In addition, language is added to clarify that images, videos are of other students or OCPS employees, contracted vendors, or volunteers. The proposed addition reads, unwanted verbal or physical behavior with sexual connotations that is severe and pervasive enough to create an intimidating, hostile, or offensive education environment, cause discomfort or humiliation, or unreasonably interfere with the individual school performance or participation. Any sexual harassment of an OCPS employee, contracted vendor, or volunteer that is physical is included in this offense. These acts are sexual in nature and may include, but are not limited to, sharing, sending, showing, taking images, or video of other students or OCPS employees, contracted vendors, or volunteers that have bodily exposure, fondling or groping of another against their will. Level 4T Other. Examples are added to allow assessor, which include extortion. The proposed additional examples are possession of images or videos that contain nudity and are not of another student, OCPS employee, contracted vendor, or volunteer, video voyeurism, and extortion. Level 4Y, physical attack. Language is added to include the use of a weapon or dangerous object that results in less serious bodily harm. The proposed revision reads, this offense includes the use of a weapon, which is a 4H, or dangerous object, which is a 4K, that results in less serious bodily harm. However, this section does not include injury that is a result of fighting if the students are mutual combatants. Level 4AA, district technology violation. The recommended revised title is electronic device violation. Level 4AA, district technology violation. This section is modified to include additional examples and include the OCPS network. The proposed revision reads, use of unauthorized access to programs and/or files not expected or intended for student use on an electronic device or OCPS network, or any use that violates board policies, local, state, and/or federal laws and regulations. This offense may include, but is not limited to, gaining access to OCPS network with intent to do harm or alter records, or having images, videos, messages on a district-issued device that are not shared with others. Examples would be images, videos containing nudity. Level 4FF, tobacco, vaping, nicotine selling, distribution. The recommended revised title is tobacco, vaping, nicotine, selling, buying, and distribution. Level 4FF, tobacco, vaping, nicotine, selling, distribution. Buying is added to the definition. The proposed revision reads, the distribution or sale, intention of selling, or buying of tobacco, vaping, nicotine products, or items represented to be of said nature. Under the secondary, post-secondary consequences, the consequences are split into school consequences and district consequences, and a disclaimer is added stating, students will receive school consequences and district consequences for all level 4 offenses. In addition, refer to the district for a discipline team meeting is added under school consequences.
And just to add, there was one additional substantive change in the elementary that wasn't in secondary, but it was really just to align with Sessor, and so that's going to be under the 4D battery, and it's adding in a simple definition for deadly weapon, so a weapon that could badly injure the victim, and then also adding in that the student knows or should know that the victim is pregnant, and again, that aligns with Sessor, so that's the only additional substantive change to the elementary portion. Outside of the secondary. And that concludes our presentation. Dr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Ms. Kopesky and Ms. Joyner. Madam Chair, members of the board, this is the time to hear any additional questions or comments from members.
Thank you, Dr. Jenkins. I have a few comments on the issue of self-defense, and I do appreciate the language that's in here that I think tries to clarify that there is a role for an individual to defend themselves. I have two concerns. One, the language that we use is inconsistent, and I'm on page 32. It seems the easiest way. I've got it in both places in the actual policy, but let's just go to the PowerPoint presentation. Page 32. It says, if you hit back, you could be in trouble. And on page 31, a person retaliating by hitting a person back is not self-defense and will be considered as fighting. So I know that they're not Go ahead.
I know the answer to that one because one is, I believe, for elementary and one is for secondary. We've got two different versions of the language.
You're right. One is for secondary. So, okay. So let's take the secondary. Thank you for explaining why there's not, like I said, they could be contradictory. They might not be perceived as contradictory because it could be considered fighting, or it's considered fighting, but that maybe there was a way out of that. I know this is a really difficult issue, and I understand the concern about not drawing a really hard line on striking back when somebody's hitting you, and not drawing a really hard line about intervening when somebody else is being beat up pretty badly. I just don't agree with the district on this issue. And I can tell you, I'm not sure that my daughter would be alive today if she had followed these rules. So she could not get this person off of her. She resorted, it doesn't say kicking, so she might be okay because the only thing she could use, and she was being choked. She was on the ground being choked, and nobody was coming to her rescue because nobody was allowed to until an adult's attention was gotten, by which point my daughter could have been dead had she not kicked somebody where she needed to kick them to get relief and breathe. And this is a trauma that my family has lived with. And I don't talk about it, but one of my sons brought it up to me just as recently as a week ago, reminding me, what is the school district doing? Did they ever fix that? That everybody sat around and watched my sister almost get killed. So when I think about George Floyd, and I think about how many people witnessed his, I don't know if the technical term was murder, but I'm going to use the term murder. And from the testimony of several of the witnesses, they are taking guilt with them throughout their lives for not intervening. When I look at what happened in California and at the church just the other day, and you saw people, they didn't sit back, they jumped in at the risk of their own lives. They jumped in, they knew they had to do something. I don't want to raise a whole generation of students who just sit back and wait for somebody else to intervene and save somebody. So I do understand that we have this really big problem of the potential for just having a mass fight. And you see it on the ball fields where somebody, throws a punch and then everybody gets in on it, and you see the chaos. So I don't have the perfect answer, but I don't think we have struck the right tone in this language. I think that if a student sees another student that is being beat up and no one is coming to their aid and believes that child's life is at risk, I think that student has a moral obligation to intervene. And I don't think we should be setting a culture that is so strong that they feel that they just that it's drilled into them that it's wrong. So I don't know what the answer is, but I'm really uncomfortable with this. I've been uncomfortable with this for now 20 years, and I'm sitting here as a member of the school board, and not saying something makes me culpable if someday on our campus some young child dies in a fight that could have been stopped. So, Dr. Jenkins?
You raise an incredibly important point. I was jotting down some potential additional language. First, upon review, there should be area administrators should say, no, that person needed to intervene there. There shouldn't be discipline if there's actually video, but there may not be video. What if, I don't have a perfect solution either, but what if there was some specific language around this notion of serious threat or under threat of physical harm being the exception? something around that kind of language, unless there is a threat of physical harm?
I would say unless there is a threat of serious physical harm.
Serious physical harm. We can work with that. Because I want that provision as well. And I do want our children to feel like they can intervene, like what happened in California, that a moral obligation, if someone is under serious physical threat or harm, that it's okay to intervene. Let us work with that language, maybe.
Okay. I grew up somehow I grew up with this. My daughter, I think, inherited this feeling that I cannot not intervene. I don't know how, but some people are not born with that. But I do think we're seeing it over and over again, and we need people to be responsive. And so, anyway, if we can work with that the first response needs to be, if you're able to find an adult, get an adult. But if you're witnessing a situation where another student's life is at risk and there's no one else to intervene, maybe you're allowed to take what minimum action you need to take to protect the life of another. Something like that. I know those are really strong words to put into a policy because it suggests a topic we don't want to talk about, but I don't know how you cannot talk about it because fights can end that way without even the intent to. So we've been fairly lucky, all things considered. The second issue, far less serious, but under Fortify Florida, the language we have, it says if you report things to Fortify Florida, not very well, I can't say it, that are not true, you might get in trouble. The one thing I'd like to see us say is if you report things that you know aren't true, you might get in trouble. I know we're talking to elementary school students, but I don't want them, if they I don't know this is true, I've been hearing this rumor, it might not be true, so maybe I better not report it. I'd rather them over-report. And so I think if we could just put in there, if you report things that you know are not true. Because we do say you might get in trouble. You don't say you will get in trouble, but I still think I'd rather them not be afraid of getting in trouble for reporting something that they're not certain is true. Okay, and those are my two issues. Member Felder.
Thank you, Chair. I think you kind of addressed an issue that I was getting ready to talk with Dr. Jenkins. I was concerned about, Ms. Jordan, when you all talked about when is it when a person is actually defending themselves, like holding the person off or putting an arm up, or whether they're really fighting. And I was sharing with Dr. Jenkins when I was teaching at one of the schools, and children were fighting, and one of my students, and the parents' argument was they was trying to stop it, but I mean it was a gray area because it looked like he was fighting back, not really stopping. So she, said to me, she said, "Well, there's video that administration can go back and review. That's if the camera is working." And that's another conversation, probably for another time. But I am glad that you did include that in the policy, this whole definition and explanation of what is defending yourself and what is, retaliatory. And I'm glad that maybe we do need to help with the wording of that policy because I've been in a situation where I've seen children in a dire situation where if somebody did not immediately stop at a student, he just snapped, and he would have killed his kid. He would have killed the kid. So I'm just so sorry that violence is such an issue that we have now, but these are the days and the times in which you and I live. So as a board and as a district, I want us to intentionally deal with how we set up policy as it relates to student conduct. And I think you guys have done a good job in terms of, you come back to us. I mean, we do this more than twice a year. We go back and come back, revise and get rid of. We have to be very careful in how we set up policy, because each time we do a new policy and we think we have it under wraps, something deep happens, deep and wonderful happens. It makes us come right back to the board, because we're living in violent times. So my concern, and I guess, Dr. Jenkins, we need to make sure cameras are working, or because that has been the argument with some of the parents that I've talked to. My child was trying to stop it, but no one was there. And then maybe when you look at it, it looks like they're not stopping it, they're actually retaliating, but then some of them don't do anything. They don't want to get involved. They don't want to be cited for being a part of the riot or the fight. So I do have that concern also, Chairman Jacobs, I do. Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Jenkins.
Thank you. So a couple of notes. First, we do have an annual review of our technology. We should have upgraded, I believe the majority of our cameras have been upgraded from analog to digital. I've just sent a message to our CFO, Mr. Sambini, to determine where we are in that process. So if there's a camera not working, we're concerned, because I believe that update has taken place, but they will check those cameras as well on a regular basis. Secondly, keep in mind we have to use witness statements as well. Let's say the camera's not working, there's no video footage. Then there would be an interview of students who were involved and those who were observing. And then we're going to have to depend on the adult recollection as well. They are certainly the most critical references or witness statements. If there are adults watching what takes place, then we're going to rely on that as well. More cases than not, we usually have video footage.
All right, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. On page 40, and let me get back to it real fast. The definition of the explanation of restorative practice. Hold on, let me get to it really quick. Restorative practices. I have a little bit of concern about the sentence that says an emerging social science that studies how to strengthen relationships between individuals as well as social connections within communities. While I understand that that is probably the definition according to this organization, I think that we've had so much crazy political discussion around social and emotional learning that I don't even know if I would want to put that sentence in policy. I think the next sentence says enough, in my opinion. Restorative practices is a preventative approach aimed at promoting inclusiveness, relationship building, and problem solving. I think the sentence that just says an emerging social science, I don't know, makes me feel a little uneasy. But I don't know how my other board members feel, but that's just my opinion. And then the other question I had was relating to fights as well, and kind of piggybacking on what the chair was talking about people standing by and watching. And I know our kids it's drilled into them not to get involved, but it's now become such a thing to get out your phone and record these fights that, now there's Instagram pages at every school with the fights, and it's just, and I'm afraid that they are recording, and as she said, that's taking the place of them helping when they probably could be helping. So I'm just curious as to what repercussions there are, or if there are any consequences for students that stand around recording the devices. recording the fights?
So Madam Chair, so in your current code, there is no provision or penalty for those who are standing around recording. We have efforts around programs, anti-bullying programs, like we want children to be upstanders instead of bystanders. But you're absolutely right. In this day and age of social media, everybody wants to record so they can be the first one to put it on social media. And so be interested in hearing from the board. The other thing is you're going to have a hard time tracking down because everybody's got their cell phones out recording. But we can certainly hear from the board if you'd like for us to consider something along those lines for concern. And to your first point, this came up briefly yesterday, and I overlooked it. There is no reason to have that first sentence about restorative justice in the policy because it is speculative about trending. The second sentence. And so we can start that quote if the rest of the board is okay with it. It's just a simple description of what restorative justice is. We can make that change as well.
Thank you. Anything else? All right. Member Felder? Are you back up? Or no? Okay, I'm sorry. Are you? Okay, not a problem. Member Gallo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a few things, and I agree with what's already been stated by fellow board members on the need for students to protect themselves. I had a similar situation with my daughter, not as bad as the chairs, but she was literally just trying to push somebody off of her, and she got suspended for 10 days, and she was just trying to get the person off, and there was no delineation between, and she was jumped from behind, getting attacked, and then just trying to defend yourself. And it took a while for the people to get there. So I like the conversations that we're having, and I'm hoping that we can figure out a way that everybody stays safe and kids aren't in jeopardy while they're on our campuses, because they should be able to go to school in a safe environment. I do have a couple of questions on the safe harbor policy. If there was an incident where a student heard about a random check, maybe not even in their class, but there was random checks happening, and realized they had something in their backpack and took it to a principal or an admin and gave it up at that point. I mean, the check wasn't for their classroom and gave it up. Would they still fall under safe harbor, or because a random check was happening, would that child get in trouble?
So once a random check is started in a particular classroom, you're saying the student is in another classroom and says, hey, I want to give this up. I think they're still under safe harbor.
They would still, so the child would still fall under the realm of safe harbor.
Yeah, and I want to stress too, the whole notion is if you got anything that's inappropriate, we want you to give it to an adult before we have to find it. In some instances, law enforcement is going to be involved more swiftly if we have to find it. But if they heard about it, they're checking next door, and they voluntarily give up, they're under safe harbor.
Okay. And the reason I bring that up is we're seeing more and more where students are coming from unsafe neighborhoods, walking to school in dark, walking alone. You have girls walking alone, and their parents are giving them stuff that would be prohibited in our schools. And we've discussed this before, like tasers or something, and because they're afraid for their child. And so I don't know. And I think if the standard time, if we go under permanent daylight savings times, then we're literally going to be in the dark till 8 o'clock or like 7:45 here in Orange County. And so I have concerns about parents wanting to keep students safe and our need to keep our campuses safe, and what will that look like? And I just don't want children who are just trying to get to school safely to be harmed because they're scared to walk to school, or they're scared in the dark, or they're scared to be at the bus stop at the dark. I mean, we've just clearly stated that it doesn't fall under our jurisdiction. We can't put law enforcement at every bus stop we have. These kids are standing in the dark for a long time in some not so nice areas. So how do we find the balance between the parents wanting the kids to be safe and our need to protect our campuses, because we can't have those type of instruments or stuff on our campus that could harm another student?
Madam Chair.
You recognized?
Don't have a complete answer for you. This notion, I don't know that we could actually say if you have it for after-school issues or because you're going to work, that maybe there's something that's in writing that at least documents that might be useful. I don't know that we could say, leave it in the front office and pick it up when you're ready to go home. That makes me a little uncomfortable as well. I don't have a solution for you, but I understand the anxiety. Let us take a look at it. We'll just need to work on it.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
And then on the non-school day detentions, you mentioned that on a school day detention that we would have to provide bus service. If we assign detention to a student on a Saturday, do we have to provide transportation to get that student to and from school if they're being held for detention?
I believe, and I want to say, we put in there as per parent agreement, but I'm just going to double check really quick. Because we wouldn't provide transportation on a Saturday school, but we did have that conversation when we were adding this language in. Let's see.
Because if the student can't get to school on a non-school day and they got to serve detention, what do we do?
So it's not specifically outlined in here, but we can definitely add some language if that's what the board would do regarding transportation itself, that the parent has to agree. Because I completely understand that some kids don't have transportation on the weekend, and we don't want them to feel as though they have no choice
Right.
if they can't get to school.
Yes, please. Yeah, I'd like to see something added so that we have a lot of parents that work weekends. And our bus services in Orange County is not reliable. And then I know that we've talked about this, so I want to bring it up here since we're talking about the Student Code of Conduct. I really feel strongly that we need a separate policy for our students. I don't feel that our K through 2 students should be held to the same standards and the same policies as our 3 through 12. I think we have to look at what is developmentally appropriate for these students, what they understand, what they're capable of understanding. And the way that our Student Code of Conduct written currently doesn't really give us a lot of leeway for our younger students. And I don't think that it's fair to hold a kindergarten to a same standard as a 12th grader who might understand it. I know John's shaking his head, but I'm just saying, first and foremost, as a board, we have to protect our students. We have to protect their rights as well. And you can't expect a kindergartner to understand something that and have the same consequence that we would apply to a 12th grader. They just aren't mentally capable of it. So I really would love to see, and I know that we got to get this through and we need this for next school year, but I would really love to see us work on it. And I think I would have the board support because I know we've discussed about it being developmentally appropriate for students in the past, but I would really like to see a separate policy at the very minimum for K through 2 so that we would have more flexibility in how we code their referrals and what we're putting on their permanent record. Because no one could really tell me that if we level 4 a child for sexual misconduct in kindergarten or first grade, that won't remain on their record somewhere down the line when they're applying for a top clearance position or for some type of military service. No one can guarantee me that won't be opened and reviewed. And we're talking about 5, 6, and 7-year-old kids who are babies, and they should just be treated as such. So I just wanted, and I have had this conversation with Sarah, so this is, I'm not bringing it up out of the blue. And then.
Can I go to Dr. Jenkins?
Oh,
for
yes, please.
Response on that. Dr. Jenkins?
2 things. Certainly, Member Gallo, I understand your concern. It is our concern as well. So I want to make sure anyone who might be listening that they understand we do have a division between elementary and secondary in the code, but when you talk about kindergarten through 2nd grade, I understand the anxiety. That is a very unique portion of our population that may need some additional attention. I want to make sure I'm understanding, and for the future consideration, I want to make sure I'm understanding your recommendation. Is it that the code not only separate elementary from secondary, but it also have a 3rd category of K2, or that you totally separate K2 with a separate code of conduct?
I am open for suggestions.
Okay.
I would just like to see there be some delineation.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gallo. Go ahead.
And then I wanted to just bring up, there's been a lot of issues, and I know that a lot of it's due to the pandemic. A lot of it's due to, well, it's really all due to the pandemic, but we're having some attendance issues across the county. We're seeing a lot of students missing a lot of schools. And I didn't, and maybe I missed it, but I don't see anything in the student code of conduct, or maybe I missed it. Is there something in the student code of conduct that basically defines attendance? I know we have a policy. We have a very comprehensive policy on attendance. It's like 6 pages. But is there anything in the student code of conduct that says if you miss this many days, this can happen? Like if you miss 20 days in a semester, the highest grade you can get is blah, blah, blah. Like, or do we delineate that so that students and parents understand our expectation of them coming and attending school when able? I mean, clearly, these last 2 years have been challenging. But what we're seeing now is not kids necessarily with COVID or quarantine. What we're seeing is they're just not coming to school. And I don't know what role that is playing in it. I believe what I'm hearing is that kids believe that first semester, if they get an A, they can really skate through that next semester, and as long as they get a D, their grades will average out, and they can pass. And I don't like this mentality of, and my daughter, I learned this from my daughter, so I'm saying it with all honesty. My daughter really felt like C's got degrees. They do. D's get degrees too. But our job as a school board is to make sure that our students are market ready and that they've received a high quality education, which they cannot receive if they are not in their seats and they're not learning. So I don't know what we have in our student code of conduct, but I really think we need to visit what that looks like and make sure that we're communicating to parents and teachers, and not teachers, they know, but to parents and students that our expectation is if you're not sick or there's not an emergency, you're in that seat. And if you miss so many days, that we kind of line out what happens. Like, I mean, is there any consequences? Because once a child is 16, we can no longer call the truant officer, correct? So what is the consequence if this student is not showing up for school? And I'm not talking about the ones that can or have issues. I'm talking about the kids that can come to school, just aren't come to school. What's the consequences, and how do we keep them in their seats so that we can make sure that we are providing that high quality education that they deserve?
Anybody want to respond?
So if I may,
Please.
Chair, thank you. Within the code itself, we have 2 sections. One, failure to attend classes, that says if a student arrives at school and then leaves campus, has temporary absences from classes, or fails to attend specific classes, the school can take disciplinary action for skipping. And then we also have a section in there on truancy that says if a student is required by law to attend school, the school will not suspend the student for unexcused absences or truancy. So basically under Florida law, we are not allowed to discipline a student for truancy, but we can go through the truancy process. And you actually got the right attorney sitting here because I advise on our truancy stuff and I go to every hearing that we have. So far, I just looked it up, we have 84 pending cases, and we have had several students this year that parents just didn't send them back to school because they just said COVID, and I just didn't think they were so far behind they couldn't catch up. And our judge that we currently have is really great, and she's telling these parents, get them in school and come back next week and show me the enrollment paperwork. So we've gotten several students enrolled in school that have their parents just haven't sent them back. As to your question about the 16-year-olds, typically, we don't file a petition for a student who is 16 or older, but we can. So if it's egregious, if they're 16 or 17 and it's egregious absenteeism, the statute actually says that they are still of compulsory age until they file that intent or the declaration to terminate enrollment. So if we don't have that declaration on file, we can actually file a truancy petition if they are 16 or 17. We just review those on a case-by-case basis. So to answer your question in kind of a roundabout way, it's not in the code per se. There is a short section on truancy, but it is something that we do in a different department. I don't know that adding additional language in here, because this is more for discipline. I mean, we can if that's what the board would like to do in general, but
because I think, and I need to review. I read our attendance policy a long time ago, and this may be an opportunity for us to bring. I know we're looking at a lot of policies to review our attendance policy, because I think that what we're going to see is attendance in the county is bubbling up and probably needs the board's attention. But I was looking more for like what is in state law, like what is our policy? Is our policy, and I'm just throwing this out there. I don't know that this is our policy, but if you miss more than 11, like how many days can you miss in a semester before you will fail this class? You can no longer get credit for this class because you've missed too much school. And how do we communicate that so that students realize, okay, you've missed 20 days or whatever the number is, because I'm hearing stories that kids are missing 20, 30 days. I mean, there's been a lot of attendance issues this year. So how do we communicate that? No, you're not going to skate by. Like, you have to be in here, you have to be learning. And if you're not, we're not going to give you credit for the course. Like, at what point do they not get credit for the course? How many days do they have to miss?
Can I clarify something real quickly, just for anybody who might be watching, that you're referring to unexcused absences?
Unexcused.
Yeah.
And I'm referring to unexcused absences where kids aren't coming to school. I'm not referring to a student that has health issues, mental issues, that there's reasons for them to be out, and we know why they're out, and we're working with them, and they're doing the best that they can. I'm not referring to those students at all.
Kids are playing hooky.
Yeah, kids who just, probably really smart kids, just really decided they liked the stay-at-home modality we offered last year and decided they like to go with it this year.
Okay, back to you.
So, and I don't believe that is specifically in policy. I don't think that there's a set number of days and then all of a sudden they fail. But what does happen is when they miss so much school, then their assignments aren't turned in, and then that then plays into what their final grade is. And that is something, if they are currently in truancy court, we actually report that information to the judge, and we say they're missing 129 assignments, and if they get those things turned in, that could raise their grade. But again, that's only in truancy court. I do not know, I don't think it's in policy, though. I don't believe it's in policy that if they miss a certain amount of days, then they automatically fail the class.
Okay. And so, Chair, I think we need to look at that attendance policy. I think we have an issue, and it's across the country. But just to make sure, because I want to make sure that we're setting our kids up for success and they're market ready. I think that's what the community deserves. That's what the child deserves. And so I worry with them missing so much school. And I know, listen, I do a lot of work on chronic absenteeism, which is probably why I'm bringing this up, and it's important to me. And after I learned about chronic absenteeism, I will tell you, my daughter did not like me very much her 12th grade year, because she was like, I'm making straight A's. I'm like, I don't care. You got to go to school, because if you're not in school, you're not going to be less successful, because I have data that tells me you won't be as successful. So get out and get to school. And she told me if she heard chronic absenteeism one more time that she would stop talking to me. But so I'm nervous with what's happening and the effects that we'll see on it. So I would really love to kind of pull, and I looked at our attendance in ours, and I compared it to other districts just in my job in a nonprofit that I work in. And ours is great, but I would love to really just look at that and make sure that we have everything in place that we need to make sure that everybody is successful.
I hear you. I appreciate the concern that you're raising, and until you enlightened me, it didn't occur to me that students might actually kind of be gaming the system and figuring out, all right,
They're very
I'm
smart.
covered. Kind of like you do in college, but that's a different ballgame. Dr. Jenkins, fortunately, has pressed her button, because next I was going to punt this to Dr. Jenkins for advice. I don't know that we'll solve this today, but
Yeah. Thank you, Madam
Your thoughts?
Chair. A couple of things come to mind, and I like having the discussion, because I think you've touched on a couple of issues that we may be able to address on the positive side. So our teenagers in particular don't usually respond well to the punitive, hammer over their head, but I think I would like to see my Student Advisory Council go on a campaign on the positive note, because research says you're going to be more successful. This is what's going to do for your future. Here's why you need to be in place. Because we've had 2 years now of a lot of excused absences and a pandemic. We've got to recalibrate everyone's thinking. This is why you need to be in school, and these are the positive reasons why you need to be in school. And then for parents, the communication has to be, there are truancy laws, and the judge will put the parent in jail. We've seen it happen. The judge will put the parent in jail for truancy. So a campaign that both informs everyone about truancy, but on the positive side for our young people, for our teenagers who, Madam Chair, are just smart enough to game the system to say, this is going to make an impact on your future success. Here's what research says about your future success. And coming from their peers, like my Student Advisory Council, might be extremely useful. Let us work on that. I like it.
Thank you, and I love the positive approach. I do think that it works way better than punitive. So thank you.
okay, Member Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Kopeski, for taking notes. Just so you taking notes. So I'm going to go back with your comment, Chair Jacobs, about the self-defense. I think that the definition of self-defense is not clear. I think that we need more details in what is the definition of self-defense. For example, it says that self-defense is not hitting back, engaging in a fight with the other student, or retaliating at a later time. Rather, self-defense is an action to restrain or block an attack, or to shield oneself from being hit. I think that, sometimes just try to think about the videos that I saw in fightings. The students usually, when they see a fight, they surrounding the people that are engaged in the fighting, and they push the people that are fighting. It's going to be very hard for a person to just shield or just block because of the force. This is basic physics. So they cannot push. If they push, they can be expelled as well. So I think that pushing back is something that can be taken in consideration, because sometimes, just blocking is not helping, taller person or maybe stronger person, or maybe somebody else behind that person pushing the person. I think that self-defense should be more than just shield and block. I think that we have to work on that definition, maybe more clear. And also, we don't have anything in the policy that says that, after a person having a no contact contract, being a victim of bullying, then blah, 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 because sometimes, I see that we are just, in the policy is the terminology of fighting is just isolated from other circumstances. Mm-hmm. Because if you're a victim of bullying, believe and no contact contract, and I'm talking about this based on my experience as a teacher. The student is trying everything. The student is just staying in my classroom, try to have the no contact contract, try to talk with the principal, try to talk with the dean of discipline, afraid, having fears, and not having any type of result because the bullies keep doing the same thing. But we don't have anything here, it's just fighting. But we're not talking about bullying when it's related to that fighting. I don't know if that makes sense, what I'm saying. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So I would like to see more details on that, because I saw recently a video from a middle school, and I saw the student trying to avoid the situation. And somebody else from the crowd pushed her on top of the other one, and the other person started punching her. So the reaction of fears and trying to survive is to punch her back. And the person was suspended 10 days after the mom was trying to avoid that situation of bullying. So that's my concern, that it's very isolated, very simple, instead of providing more details so we can provide more safety for students that are victims of bullying.
Dr. Jenkins, yeah.
Yeah, so this came up yesterday when we were debating and discussing, and this notion of, aren't you allowed to push someone off of you or push them away from you? We had that discussion. I think if it is in addition to pushing away and trying to get away or walking away, can't push somebody and then move forward, but if there is a push to get someone away from you and then you try to walk away, we might be able to include some detail around that as well. And again, the area administrators, when they watch the video, if there is a video, should be able to say, you know what, she was trying to walk away, Barbara was trying to walk away. Karen pursued her. Her shove was trying to get Karen off of her so she could walk away. If there's a video, there is some consideration given for that. But if there's not a video, it makes it more difficult. But we talked about the notion of if you're pushing someone off of you and trying to leave or trying to get away, that ought to be a provision as well for self-defense.
And then on the bullying, it would seem to me that while it maybe doesn't justify how you respond, it does seem to me that that needs to be taken into consideration when you're talking about the discipline portion of it. Because it is a different situation if a student has been repeatedly bullying another student and now they've engaged in a fight.
I don't think should be a level 4. I think that if the person tries to defend herself or himself after being bullied and have no contact contract, should not be a level 4. Why? She's trying to defend herself, and she was trying. And this is, well, based on my experience, I heard a lot of those. So, maybe 20 years. But I think if we have that conversation with principals as well, they have disciplines, because sometimes, we just try to follow the policy, but we're not taking in consideration that individual case of bullying. I see bullying, so I don't even see it over there. It's not mentioned in that part of the policy.
Any other thoughts for how that might be addressed? Take a look at it? Okay. Anything else, Member Lopez?
So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I did have some thoughts after about some language that might help us on this self-defense. And let me get to it. I'm sorry. So what I thought we could include where we say before the retaliating by hitting back a person back is not self-defense. The sentence before that reads, I also understand that I can protect myself by using self-defense if someone attacks me. Self-defense is described as an action to restrain or block an attack by another person or to shield myself from being hit by another person. Here's what I would suggest we add, or something similar, or take whatever minimum action is necessary to defend myself. However, retaliating by hitting a person back is not self-defense. And maybe that goes too far, but there should be like a however. Self-defense is intended to, remove yourself from the situation, and retaliating by coming back and hitting. I think we use the term retaliating, and that's a good word to use because there is a difference between defending yourself and now retaliating. So I'm glad that we distinguish that. I just think, as Member Lopez just said, we need a little bit more than blocking and shielding. And I don't know that we can describe all those other things that it might be. And I think they're going to be on a case-by-case. In my particular situation, I wouldn't really want to necessarily put that one in. But I think that was the only thing that could have been done, and natural instincts, I think, kick in that situation. So if we used whatever minimum action is necessary to defend themselves. Or others, yes. And then for the others, what little I came up with was, in the absence of adult intervention, and where a student's life is in jeopardy, another student may take the minimum action necessary to protect that student. I know, I've got too many students in here, we're going to have to. In the absence of adult intervention, and where a student's life is perceived to be in jeopardy, another student may take the minimum action necessary to protect the student in jeopardy. I would like to say get an adult first, but you also don't want to say you're in a situation where there's no adult around and you really think that a child's life is in jeopardy, running out of the room and trying to find an adult that may not be physically close by might not be the rational thing to do. So that's I'm not the best wordsmither on the fly. That's my attempt to give you all something to work with on those two. I agree with the comments of my colleagues. I am glad, Dr. Jenkins, we're going to take that language out. Good catch, Vice Chair. I do think it just raises questions. It doesn't do anything to help clarify what restorative justice does, but it does, I think it just hits on some trigger points that, and some of those trigger points, I do understand what people are concerned about. I think there's so much confusion about what happens in the classrooms, and when we add to that confusion in any way, it creates a divisive situation. So thank you for bringing that up, and Dr. Jenkins, thank you for taking that out so easily. And regarding the K through 2, I completely agree with you on that as well. It's not just that they don't think the same, but their reactions are not the same. They're just not yet, the brain's just not wired nearly well enough to be held to the same standard. So I think a separate, however we do it, a different set of standards, whether it's in the same code is fine with me, just as long as there's a different set of standards. Let me go now to Member Felder.
Thank you. I want to sort of kind of go back on Member Gallo, her concern about the safe harbor, and Dr. Jenkins explained, and said that that was a safe harbor. Again, if you remember when I talked with Officer Holmes, and I sort of mentioned, and I knew we were going to come back, we were going to talk to the Code of Conduct people at the district. And I guess perhaps I can't reiterate this enough, and I think that we're doing the best that we can, hopefully as a district, but in some of the areas where my students live, and I'm so intentional on this. In fact, I think I'm going to send an email before I leave today. We have to get some help. It begs the question as to why students need these types of weapons while they're on their way to school or while they're on their way from school home. So this should be a collaborative effort between the district, school district, and the city of Orlando and the county of Orange, that perhaps there may need to be more policing. I'm glad we do have a safe harbor component in our student code of conduct to help us kind of understand and let them know that they can do the right thing. But why should they have to have this? Why? And again, none of us probably have the answer, but and we probably, ladies and gentlemen, probably would never know the amount of weapons that children have in their backpack when they're going to school, when they don't have a random search, and they have it all day, and they come back home and go back again and open, So we can't do this, and I'm just kind of speaking. We can't do this by ourselves as a district and as a board. We cannot, because I've never, and being a teacher, I've had to deal with that kind of thing of having weapons, seeing weapons on children. But it seems as though year after year after year, it's getting even more dangerous. And I'm very proud of our district because we don't have some of the issues that other districts have. We're trying to get on top of some of these situations. But it's a reality that we have to face. And I'm glad that I'm glad we have all these different student code of conduct meetings so that we can revise, go back and look, deliberate, talk again, go back and come back. Because once we put this in policy, I'm learning this, it's my learning curve. Once you put it in policy, it's sealed until it's revisited the following year, and then maybe something catastrophic happens that causes us to revisit it in another way. So I'm just hoping, I'm believing that we have the the level of intellectual expertise to deal with the wording of our policies to make sure, and as board members, we're going to have to make sure as best we can the members of our constituency understands our policies in Orange County Public Schools. And we're going to have to do a better job in collaboration with city officials and county officials, because once school is out, it's really their responsibility, okay? But while school is in and while they're on campus, they're not coming to school 24 hours out the day, you know? So we just need to kind of work this thing out, because I would hate that our generation, you know, gets, you know, removed because we have not paid attention to something that we could have helped and stopped. And I, again, want to appreciate your effort. This is not easy. It's not easy trying to balance this thing. But we got to go back looking at the restorative justice thing and this retaliatory behavior. Is it really defending yourself? Are you really retaliating? And this weaponry and how we deal with that, to make sure that our children, number one, know that we are a district more than anything support children. We're in the business of education. We're not in the business of sending children home, and we're in the business of educating them. But secondly, we're also in the business of keeping you safe, keeping our schools safe and keeping you safe. I just kind of wanted to reiterate that, and then when Member Gallo brought it up again, just had me revisit it. That
Thank
I'm
you,
very,
Member Feller.
intentional with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me add one thing to your comment, and then I'll go to Vice Chair, and then I think we're going to take a break. You mentioned law enforcement, and you mentioned the school district. And I know you meant this, but I think it's important to recognize that without the community, the broader community, the community where our children live, we're not going to solve this problem without the community. Yeah, and I think the goal of the school district needs to be to create in our schools a culture of respect and nonviolence to the extent we possibly can, you know, to the strongest extent that we can. But we also need, if we're going to have conversations about how to solve the problem, police are reactionary. Them taking the weapons off the kids. You're talking about, I think your point is well taken. Why do they need them in the first place? Why do they have weapons in the first place? And that's really where you need to start. You need to start with what's the root cause. And if you want to talk about the root cause, we probably need to go back to the community. Yeah. So, all right, let me call on our last speaker for the morning, and then we'll take a brief break for lunch, and that's our Vice Chair, and then General Counsel wants to make some closing comments.
Thank you. I kind of wanted to add a little bit to what Member Gallo was saying, and actually, Ms. Kopesky, you said that typically if the student gets assignments turned in, then they pass the class, and then it can sometimes not be an issue with truancy. But we're in the digital age now where kids can easily keep up with their assignments and get assignments turned in, still being at home. And I think maybe that's where they're finding their loophole, is that they're keeping up with assignments. I mean, there's kids that, and I know this personally, that can miss a lot of school, and the grades do not reflect that at all. So, that's something to consider, that it may have to be, if we really want to make sure they're in class, it may have to go back to either they're in class or they're not in class, not whether or not they're turning in assignments. And in the same tone, though, I think that these are different kids than, and I was just having this conversation with someone last week. The kids today are different kids than we were, or kids were 20 years ago. These are kids that have been raised since birth, almost. Actually, yes, they have been since birth, on devices, and their minds, their brains, their attention spans are all different. I'm reading a book about this right now, and the way they think is differently. And I think what we're seeing with a lot of kids is it's not interesting, actually. Sitting in class, listening to somebody talk and teach is just not the way their brain is working. And I think we really have to, and we've talked about this before, really explore ways to be more creative. And we may need to look at more flexible scheduling options. And I know we're doing this in a couple of our high schools, but I think we need to really talk about expanding that. And you know, with the ability to have kids learn online and keep up with assignments online and watch videos to learn the content and do assignments at home, maybe we could look at scheduling, flexible scheduling in that way, where they come to school for their elective type courses and do core classes at home if they want to. Because a lot of kids are not interested in the staying focused for 7 hours a day is just at school is not working. And I think that could be the cause of a lot of our mental issues that a lot of kids are having, a lot of the anxiety, a lot of the depression. It's not the way their brains work. So we really have to start rethinking that. So that was what I was thinking about when I was thinking about all these kids missing school. And then real quick about the, when we're talking about taking into consideration the outside circumstances when a kid misbehaves or has discipline issues, I think is really, really vital. And that's something that we just don't do. And I know why we don't do it, because it's difficult to manage 200,000 students, and discipline is done differently in different situations. And I understand that that's difficult, but these are still little humans that have their own stories. And I really think we have to take into consideration their whole story when we're assigning discipline. And when I was reading the Code of Conduct policy, it's underneath the description of weapons and the zero tolerance. It's actually on page 5 of the Code of Conduct policy. Number 6 says, any disciplinary action taken against a student who violates the zero tolerance policy must be based on the particular circumstances of the student's misconduct. And I thought that phrase was just brilliant because I really think that that's the way discipline should be handed out, because the whole point of discipline is to change the behavior. But if a student does something for a reason that was not malice, or was not in a way that needs to be changed, in other words, the behavior does not need to be changed. If that student does not need to the discipline that is typically assigned to that, then that should be taken into consideration. I don't care what anybody says. It doesn't matter what it is. If it was a different reason, it just should be taken into consideration. A child that does something that maybe forgets to that they have something with them or whatever, does not need to go spend 90 days of positive pathways. That could detrimentally affect the rest of their lives, especially if they did not have any malice intent. So I think that all of this, even the K through 2 issues, like what Member Gallo was talking about, all of this can be resolved if we go to taking into consideration the particular circumstances of the student's misconduct. That pretty much solves all of it. You're taking into consideration their development, the circumstances that surrounded it, and we're trusting our administrators, we're trusting our deans, we're trusting our teachers in their professional judgment. And I feel like we're not doing that anymore. I feel like we're saying, oh, well, I know what you think about that student, and I know what you know about the student, but that doesn't matter, because it doesn't matter what you think. This is what we have to do. And I don't think that that's showing respect to our administrators and our teachers or our parents or our kids. So that's just my 2 cents. Thought I needed to share it. Thank you.
Dr. Jenkins.
Just very briefly, because we've certainly had this conversation before, just for anyone who is listening, I just have to reiterate for 200, and actually, Member Byrd already alluded to it, for 200,000 students, we have to have some sense of equity and fair and equal treatment across all 200 schools. If you look back prior to having standard expectations, you will see some disparities that cannot be explained unless there is either a lack of attention to consistency or, in some instances, unintentional biases. So when you look at the data, we have to have some guidelines that help us be fair and equitable across the district, so that I am not a very generous principal who does not punish children for certain offenses, and then a more strict principal does punish students for similar behavior. So the board puts in place a policy so that we can administer with equity across the 200 schools. Certainly our principals and those who are responsible for discipline try to take into consideration some of the individual issues. That is not absolutely outlawed, but we have to have consistency so that my children get the same treatment as Vicky's children, as Karen's children, as Johanna's children, as Angie's children, as Melissa's children, so that there is consistency for all 206,000 students that we have. You have to have something in place. But I don't want anyone to think we don't have some consideration for individual issues concerning discipline. We just have to be fair and consistent across the district. Data prior to having some efforts around that consistency are not impressive. In fact, they are often lopsided and identifiable by either poor students or students of color, seeming to outnumber others by large amounts for some of those issues. And so we have to try to be consistent. My heart goes out to Member Byrd and her concerns. Want to stress, we do trust our principals and we believe they're quite capable. We just need to have everybody at the same level for equity purposes.
General Counsel, we are well behind our schedule here, and
We are. Since we're here, if we could just get a thumbs up on the recommended repeal for the last 6 policies, JICA, JK, JKA, JKB, JLIA, and EEAEC, because we've already all gone through where they are in
we're not taking
policy
a vote.
JIC.
Does anybody have any concerns about repealing any of these policies? Nobody has any
Just want to make
concerns?
sure we get thumbs up.
Can I suggest that instead of coming back at 1, is there any reason that we can't come back at 1:15?
This is just a work session for you.
1:15, give everybody enough time? All right, let's get out of here so we can get a little bit of a break. And we will come back at 1:15. This is just a recess. We are not adjourning the meeting. All right, guys in the back, I don't have my. $15. Good afternoon, everyone. I am reconvening Part 2 of the Orange County School Board's work session for today, which has been scheduled for the purpose of discussing school board policies and the budget. We started the work session this morning at 10 a.m. to review 10 policies. We recessed for a break, and we are now ready to discuss the budget, which was advertised to start at 1 o'clock. It's 1:23. We ran a little bit long this morning, so we are just now starting up our afternoon session. The public will not have an opportunity to participate in this work session because this is not a regularly scheduled school board meeting. No action will be taken, and there will be no pre-agenda period in which the public would normally address the school board on relevant topics that are related to the work of the school board. Today, the board has the opportunity to work with staff to discuss the budget. Let me do a quick roll call because we are not all in the room, but I think we are all attending the meeting. So, roll call. Let me begin with Member Gallo.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Member Lopez.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Member Colbert.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Vice Chair Byrd.
Good afternoon.
Member Gould.
Good afternoon.
Member Felder.
Top of the day, Chair.
And thank you for that. Lifted my spirits right up. Member Castor-Dental, top that.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's always a good afternoon when we're discussing the budget. All right. I'm going to turn the meeting over to Dr. Jenkins to get us started.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is our initial school board work session on both your operating and your capital budget. Purpose is to give you information that we have available at this date and also some indication of what information we will be looking to come forward in the near future from the state, hopefully. Additionally, this is the time for the board to, while I think I am well aware of what your priorities are, this is also the time for the board to indicate what their priorities are for next school year and for this particular budget, and to ask any questions you might have. There will be 2 more opportunities, certainly, for the board to have give indication as well as on an individual basis. Let's have a first look from our CFO, Doreen Concolino, assisted by Judith Padres for the capital budget, and certainly our former CFO, Rick Collins, as consultant. Take it away, Doreen.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Jacobs, board members, Superintendent Jenkins. Today is your operating and capital budget work session, as well as our opportunity to hear your budget priorities. Here with me today is Judith Padres, as the superintendent noted, Senior Director, Office of Management and Budget, and she will be reviewing the capital portion of the presentation. Our agenda for today's budget work session is as follows. We'll review the operating budget, review the capital budget, listen to board priorities, and review our next steps. We'll begin with the budgetary landscape. Our projected enrollment is 214,554 FTE, or full-time equivalent, which is an increase of 5,396 students over the third calculation of the prior year of 209,157 FTE. Family Empowerment Scholarship, or FES, growth accounts for an increase of 3,066 FTE. The FEFP funding for 2023 stands at $8,116 per student for OCPS. Our total funding represents a combination of an increase in unweighted FTE and an increase in overall funding. Typically, the budget is presented to you as a comparison to the second calculation of the prior year and what we have historically built our budget on. However, with the significant growth in Family Empowerment Scholarship FTE that has occurred in the current year, a comparison to the third calculation provides a better representation. Enrollment continues to be impacted by FES scholarship students. Although the FTE forecast estimates some growth in our traditional students, the majority of the growth is in scholarship students. The increase in funding tied to the growth in scholarship enrollment is pass-through funding to private schools. We are still awaiting the release of the fourth calculation. The district experienced a substantial loss in categorical funding in the third calculation due to the significant increase in scholarship students. The loss is around $32 million. The legislature has provided funding for the unexpected increase in scholarship students through the student reserve allocation. Unintentionally, the student reserve allocation could only support an increase to base student funding and not categorical funding. We have been assured and are expecting a correction in the fourth calculation, which should make us whole for 2022, but more accurately will show less of a funding increase in 2023. The legislative budget for next year has yet to be signed by the governor. The base student allocation will increase $214 per student, or 4.9%. As it stands now, the legislative budget includes another significant increase in the FRS rates employers are required to contribute, which will increase our retirement costs by $10.4 million to the general fund. If we add in food and nutrition services as well as grants, the total impact is $12.6 million to all funds. The increase in the BSA will help to offset the increased costs to retirement. The increase in the BSA will also go towards the cost of increasing our minimum hourly wage to $15 per hour. As you know, categorical funds are restricted and must be spent as intended. The legislative budget includes $59.5 million in teacher salary increase categorical funding, an incremental increase of $18.5 million that should help to alleviate compression for our teachers. Other notable increases in the categorical funding include the mental health allocation, which for our district is an increase of $1.5 million, an increase in safe schools allocation of $2.3 million, an increase in the reading allocation of $3 million, and an increase in transportation funding of $3.5 million. Slide 6 shows the actual FTE for past years, along with the projection for next year. Our current projection for fiscal year 2023, as just noted, is 214,554 FTE, an increase of 5,396 FTE over the third calculation of 209,157. This forecast incorporates all K-12 students, including charter and scholarship students. However, it does not include VPK students. For 2023 and beyond, FES scholarship students now include all scholarships: Family Empowerment, Gardner, and McKay. We noted during the prior year budget cycle that OCPS would likely experience a growth in FTE because Gardner scholarship students would be folded into each district's FTE, similar to the Family Empowerment Scholarship students. It is evident this growth did occur. Slide 7 is a new slide to show the breakdown of FTE by traditional, charter, and scholarship students, and to highlight the rapid increase in scholarship FTE as shown in the orange bars. 2018-19 is a benchmark year and only includes McKay students. The Family Empowerment Scholarship was signed into law in May of 2019, and FES Scholarship FTE was folded into district counts starting in the 2019-20 year. Charter enrollment has remained mostly flat, as reflected in the dark blue bars. Our traditional enrollment, as indicated in the lighter blue bars, dipped in 2021, corrected a bit in 2022, and we're forecasting slight growth in 2023. Here are our property tax values since 2000. These dollars help fund both the operating and capital budgets for the coming year. Last year, we had a 2.6% increase in taxable values. This year, our taxable values are projected to increase by 7.4%, based upon the estimated tax roll calculated by the Office of Economic and Demographic Research. The current projection, as you can see, is fairly steady growth of around 5% per year over the next 5 years. The state legislature will allow districts to capture additional funding tied to the growth in taxable values by keeping the state average of the required local effort rate at the same level as last year. On slide 9, this graph represents the total state appropriations, operating and fixed capital outlay as a percentage of the total over the last 4 years. The first grouping, education, includes early learning, public schools, community colleges, and universities. As you can see, the percentage of this budget assigned to education decreased from the prior year. It went from 29.6% of the budget to 26.1%. Although this graph includes all funds, fiscal year 22-23 excludes federal ESSER carryover. While difficult to determine from this chart, for 2023, there is a significant increase in the total state budget of $10.5 billion, or 10.37%. In 2023, Human Services, specifically Medicaid, makes up a large portion of the state budget, and the legislature prioritized a significant investment to increase transportation infrastructure projects. This graph represents just the education appropriations as a percentage of the total over the last 4 years and compares the 2022 first calculation to the 2023 first calculation. As you can see in the second grouping, less money has been appropriated to public schools. As mentioned in the previous slide, the 2022-2023 appropriation excludes the carryover of federal ESSER funding that was appropriated for education in 2021-2022. This chart shows the per-student funding from the second calculation since July 2007. We use the second calculation because that is the calculation in effect at the time of adoption of the budget. July 2022 is the amount from the conference report, or the first calculation, which has yet to be signed by the governor. Overall, you can see per-student funding since prior to the Great Recession. While we definitely need the special millage, even with it, you can see we are still about $849 less per student than where we were back in July 2007 when you include inflation. To be consistent, we illustrate an annual CPI, or Consumer Price Index, from December to December, which explains only a slight increase in 2022. Inflation has been modest over the past 12 years, with overall CPI increases of less than 2% on average until now. For next year's graph, when current inflationary increases are accounted for, 2023 will likely reflect a significant spike in the CPI. Slide 12 includes other budget items to consider. The additional 1 mil sunsets in 2023, and later this summer, Orange County residents will have an opportunity to vote to continue the special millage for an additional 4 years. Currently, our 1 mil is expected to generate an estimated $177 million this next year, or around $827 per student. Special millage continues to be folded into your operating budget and accounts for more than 9% of recurring dollars to support our current level of operations. Family Empowerment Scholarship enrollment continues to increase, and as mentioned earlier, next year will fold in McKay Scholarship students. The current year impact to OCPS is 9,993 scholarships going to private schools, resulting in a funding impact to the district in excess of $90 million. Family Empowerment Scholarship enrollment of 13,108 students is forecasted for the coming year, with a projected impact to OCPS of $107 million. In this current year, the board provided a $500 recurring salary increase to employees from non-recurring funds totaling $7.1 million. This recurring cost will be accounted for in the 2023 budget, and planned reductions to recurring expenditures will free up dollars to offset that cost. The legislature is requiring that all employees earn a minimum wage of $15 per hour by October 1st, 2022. The increase in the BSA will provide dollars to help meet this obligation. However, it will be difficult to avoid compression with our experienced and skilled support staff. ESSER funds continue to support academic acceleration, provide instructional resources, and afford retention supplements and bonuses for our instructional and support staff. As noted in the previous slide, planned reductions to recurring expenditures will free up dollars to pay for the recurring salary increase provided this year. This slide identifies planned reductions. Reducing instructional diagnostic programs will save approximately $5.7 million, and limiting instructional materials and subscriptions will save approximately $2 million. Dr. Vasquez shared with you a couple of weeks ago some of the responses to our request for cost-saving ideas. We received nearly 10,000 responses from school staff and all divisions. These are some of the future savings the district is currently exploring. Streamlining curriculum resources by using data to determine utilization and to avoid duplication. Shift to electronic processes to reduce or eliminate paper costs. Gain efficiencies by eliminating duplication in district software programs. Continue to use virtual meeting options that will reduce travel between district sites. And we will evaluate the results of our summer telework pilot. Continuation of telework could yield future savings resulting from the consolidation of workspaces and reduction in portable spaces. We will continue to explore cost-saving measures that align with board priorities. Keep in mind that capital dollars cannot be used for operating expenses, which include salary increases and benefit costs. We recently received our most current state ranking for administrative cost per student. OCPS has the 8th lowest administrative cost per student out of the 67 districts. No other large district is ranked higher than OCPS. We started the current year with an unassigned fund balance of $146 million. Board policy requires a minimum of 3% of unassigned fund balance for fiscal emergencies. As of the current year budget, that amounts to $54.3 million. Unassigned fund balances can be used for one-time costs such as equipment purchases, bonuses, etc. However, fund balances should not be used to fund salary increases or other recurring costs. We anticipate our unassigned fund balance to be higher than previously projected due to a reduction in planned expenditures as a result of the temporary infusion of federal dollars. This chart provides some historical context to our unassigned fund balance. Again, these are the dollars we have to help with fiscal emergencies. It is difficult to estimate where we will end the current year as required accounting entries normally continue through the month of August. Some examples of items that impact this number include receipt of purchased items prior to July 1st, tax certificates sold by the tax collector, the infusion of federal funds, and utility consumption, to name a few. As previously noted, we anticipate our unassigned fund balance to be higher than projected due to the temporary infusion of federal dollars, along with the restricted timeline to use the funds. It's worth restating that fund balances should not be used to fund salary increases or other recurring costs. On slide 18, food service meal prices will again remain the same this year. The Florida Department of Agriculture monitors district food service operations and requires various actions. This year, Food and Nutrition Services prepared and distributed more than 40 million meals to feed our students in school cafeterias. This was done at no charge to any student. The USDA extended the waiver through May 31st, 2022, to allow our students to continue to receive breakfast, lunch, snacks, and supper at no charge. We are hoping the waiver will be extended, however, this has not yet occurred. The only other enterprise-like operation is our printing services area, which supports schools and work locations throughout the district. Future issues. We will continue our efforts to help our legislature understand the importance of adequately funding traditional public education. While our local citizens strongly support our schools, as evidenced by the overwhelming 84% support when renewing the special millage in 2018, the state continues its philosophy of shifting limited resources towards choice options such as scholarships. Funding to increase the minimum wage and to increase the starting salary of our teachers is commendable. However, compression continues to create inequity for our experienced, skilled, and veteran employees. ESSER funding will sunset in 2024. Protecting our fund balance is prudent to help mitigate a funding cliff at that time. Health insurance plan benefit changes will need to occur in order to keep our self-insured plan solvent. We continue to offer a zero premium plan for employee-only coverage. The last bullet, compensate teachers and support staff. Preserving academic programs, arts, athletics, and student activities comes directly from the August 2022 special millage ballot language. And now Judith Padres will present the Capital Projects Fund.
Let's pause right there, actually, Madam Chair, for any questions. I want to reserve the end of the session for ideas around priorities for the budget. I'm sorry. So we're going to do capital budget next. Let's pause here and talk about both questions and ideas and priorities for the operating budget.
We'll begin with Member Gould. Member Gould, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you for the presentation. So, understanding the cliff is coming and the $15 increase in minimum wage and the compression that's causing, and looking at our current fund balance, it's nice to know we have a little bridge maybe to help us, but it seems that any of those dollars that might be in there, it will just help us bridge this year while we wait for the cliff to really happen in 23, 24. Am I interpreting the numbers correctly?
I'm confused by your comment of the bridge this year.
Well, we had committed to, some salary increases. We know that the state is pushing up to $15 an hour, which causes compression now, not only with our teachers from past raises driven by the state, but now with our other employees and staff, supporting staff. So that reserve, even if we try to keep a minimum of 2.74, 2.5-ish in there, there's a little bit of funding that can help us maybe make it through part of next year with just the commitments that have either been placed legislatively or that we made through bargaining. So what I'm trying to figure out is what is that timeline to spend down to still having a fund balance that isn't the bare minimum, and what would you recommend that percentage be? I understand about recurring dollars, but there aren't any other dollars. So how do we get through this year while we try to advocate and plan for next year?
Dr. Jenkins, let me call on you for
Thank you, Madam Chair. Member Gould, two things. Thank you for bringing that point up. The funding cliff that we're looking at for ESSER dollars actually takes place in 2024, but you make an important point. That means as we try to keep the funding cliff due to the end of ESSER dollars occurs in 2024. The important point you make is how can we be strategic around our fund balance so that when that funding cliff arrives, we are not caught off guard. And I think that's an important point. Board policy says keep at least a 3% margin for your fund balance. I would suggest and we've always tried to stay between the 3 and 6%. So I would suggest you're at a good place now when it comes to the actual cliff. But I have to be very honest. Even your fund balance is not going to make up for those ESSER dollars when they come to an end. There will still need to be some creative strategies in place because those dollars are significant. What we're doing in the meantime, Member Gould, is making sure any individuals such as additional counselors and mental health counselors that are hired, they understand they are in grant-funded positions that end in 2024. So we're trying to be strategic and honest with folks up front. There is no way we would be able to make up all of those dollars, but we could have at least a gentler landing if we keep our fund balance hopefully in that 5 to 6% range. Now, that doesn't mean that you won't expend some of those funds if you want to be able to reward your employees with bonuses and such. I would submit we have to reserve all of those conversations until we have more conversation from the state, and then we can actually look at, in closed session, what you can reasonably offer to your employees.
Thank you. That was helpful. Follow-up, please.
Absolutely.
So with that in mind, and knowing that we're coming back out to the community to renew our referendum, do we have any sense with the incredible growth we continue to see, and probably even will continue to see as the country goes into recession, because we're still going to have more jobs than other areas, and we have rebounded faster through COVID than many other states. Do we have any projections on what those numbers might be forecasted as in revenue? And if not, when do we think those revenue projections would be available?
We don't have those projections. I'm looking at our CFO to see if she has an idea of when more accurate projections might be expected.
We were hoping this week for the fourth calculation. We have gotten the first calculation for next year, but until we know how we're ending this year and what our funding is, and the rapid growth in scholarship students has truly impacted us this year, waiting on the fourth calc to tell us where did we land, and hopefully to get that $32 million back that's owed us. And then at that point, I can confidently tell you what the funding increase will look like next year. There is a funding increase. We have the increase to the FRS. We have the minimum wage. There will be some funding, but what that looks like right this moment, I cannot tell you.
No, I get that. That's not what I'm asking, though. I'm really talking about the 1 mil referendum and what that'll look like over the next few years, because that's going to happen, hopefully, if the voters continue to support us, that's going to happen simultaneously with the cliff. But we're seeing an increase in population, and as the population increases, then there's more revenue. There's also more kids. But I'm wondering when we would have a handle on what we might project those numbers to be going into 23 and 24 and 25.
So I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. Yes, we expect the 1 mil to generate about $177 million this year, $188 million in the following year, which would be fiscal year 2024. And we are pulling up our spreadsheet right this moment.
Right.
So 188 in 2024, 196 million in 2025, and 207 million in 2026. Those are our projections based on the current escalations with the Office of with our property appraiser office.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
And then I guess once we get those final calculations, we can kind of then project what the difference is between all of those revenues, including the 1 mil. God willing, we get that renewed. And where we're going to see inflationary measures, especially as it's related to wages.
That would be our hope.
All right, thank you, Member Gould. I believe next up is Member Gallo.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So first, I want to address like the ESSER dollars since we kind of landed there with Member Gould. So I understand that we've been infused with a lot of federal dollars, and thank goodness, because we have so many needs amongst our employees in our district. But those were always going. We always knew they were going away. We always knew that they were there just to kind of push in resources. And while I understand that once we provide certain resources at schools and teachers and students get used to them and they would like them to remain, the point of the ESSER dollars was to infuse resources so that we could deal with the COVID slide, with the mental health needs of not only our employees but our students, knowing that they were going to sunset, that wasn't something that that wasn't sustainable. So I don't look at it as the cliff. I look at it as we knew going in what we were up against. We knew when it was going to sunset. We knew that we would have to pivot. And without more funding from the state, there are going to be resources that we're just going to have to lose. That's just how it will be. So I don't know that I necessarily think we need to infuse dollars into our fund balance because of this funding cliff that we perceive when we've known all along that that's what it was going to be. So that I just don't want. In my mind, I don't perceive it as a funding cliff, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It's like we knew going in what it was going to be. We knew at some point in time it's going to end. So then how do we pick up and do what we've always done, which is take our budget and make it work in the best way possible for our district and for our teachers and our students. So I wanted to say that. But I do have some questions. So on page 4, I know that we've talked about this, but I know that because it's a budget, we probably have a lot of people either listening or will listen to it later. We're talking about the student reserve allocation. Can you just explain that just a little bit in more detail so that others can understand it? And I know that I thought, and I don't think Scott's in the room, but I thought there was a bill that was actually even filed to deal with the student reserve, and I understand that they will take care of it in fourth calculation, but if you could just remind us what that is.
Certainly. So when the state folded in the Gardner scholarships in the current year, they had set aside within the FEFP, but outside of the per student, they had set aside $464 million, I believe it was, to assist districts with the expanding or growing number of scholarship students. And we did get the benefit of that in the base student allocation. We received about $17 million. However, in our district, our FES scholarship costs ballooned in excess of $49 or $50 million on top of what it already was. So the delta there is $32 million. The state did not intend on doing that, and we are hopeful in the fourth calc we see those dollars return.
So basically, the state will return the $32 million that we sent to send those students to outside entities or outside schools.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. And then on the next page, well, let me look and see my notes. I just want to make sure I understand. So the increase to the FSR rates, is this because our increase is going to be due to the fact that we will raise our educational professionals up to $15 an hour?
No.
Okay, so explain to me the $10 million to the general fund for the increase in retirement costs.
So the retirement costs in the current year, I'll just use for a regular class, I believe is 10.82%, and it is going up next year to 11.91%. So it's the state.
The state is increasing the FSRS level.
I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. And so when we look at increasing our educational professionals to $15 an hour
That will
without
be a
further
factor.
exasperate the FRS?
Yeah, I'm looking at costs today now.
Okay. Okay, I was just trying to work that out in my mind. Thank you. And then, $3 million, okay, that's good. The transportation funding of $3.5 million, was that just an increase so that we had more money to run those buses, or was that to help offset the $15? Do we know?
I can't say specifically the purpose for that, but it certainly can. I mean, we overspend our transportation budget, as you know, nearly double. So any additional funding could certainly go towards bringing up the $15 per hour.
So when they passed the law last year that will have state workers go to $15 an hour, obviously we're thankful that it's going to go to our bus drivers. But there was a huge pot of money that the state allocated to cover those costs. Did Orange County get their fair share of that? Like, how are we getting that money, I guess is my question. Did it go into the BSA?
Correct.
And we have so there was no separate pot of money to help us raise up to the $15. Did other state agencies get like a separate allocation to raise up their money to $15 minimum wage? Do we know?
I can't answer that question, but I certainly can find out for you.
I'm just curious. Because I'm trying to figure out the logistics and semantics of how this is all going to work. Because if you raise it and you didn't raise our budget by the amount needed so that we could get our employees there, then we're really taking a deficit, and it's going to hurt our other employees, and we don't want to. We don't want to do that. And so there's a lot. The budget's a lot to handle. And I understand with the Gardner and everything rolling into the FES scholarship has been problematic, not only for us, for the $32 million that you just cited, but they're having a heck of a time. The SFO, the scholarship funding organizations, are having a heck of a time handling all of those that are coming at them. And so I know that parents are disgruntled with how it's being handled because it's hurt them and how they process their scholarships. So I thought we'd see some fixes last legislative cycle. Maybe we did, but hopefully we'll see more in the future.
If I can make one point to your point regarding transportation, and actually all of the categoricals there. So we're hoping, we're assuming that the state is going to make us whole in the fourth calculation. So right now, I'm comparing everything to the third calc because that's all we have. So when I tell you we're going to have, or we're showing an increase in the transportation allocation of $3.5 million, when I actually get the fourth calc, the transportation dollars will likely be, or the other categoricals will likely be, because that's where we really lost the bulk of the $32 million, will be higher. The current year. So then the delta, the increase to next year will actually be less. And I believe I made a comment to that here.
You did.
At the bottom of slide 4, we've been assured and are expecting a correction in the fourth calculation, which should make us whole for 2022, but more accurately will show less of a funding increase for 2023.
So the student allocation next year will be lower than the student allocation we got this year? Or will it be higher?
No, when I'm just...
I know I'm talking about two different things.
Yeah.
I pivoted, I'm sorry, but I pivoted back to student allocation.
The increase won't be as much of an increase as it would otherwise be.
Not as high. So will they at least cover the cost to the FES? In the current budget that the governor has yet to sign, in the student allocation, the student, what's it called? No, not the BSA.
FES, Family Empowerment Scholarship?
No, the $32 million, that the student reserve allocation, sorry. So is the funding model still the same, I guess is my question.
There's no reserve allocation for next year.
They eliminated it.
So the budget is prepared as is with the projection of scholarship enrollment throughout the state. And it's all now, see, over the last couple of years, they folded in private, they folded in Gardner, they folded in now McKay. Now it's all in one pot. There's no additional reserve.
Okay, so they eliminated that line item, essentially.
Absolutely. It was just in the current year to try to make districts whole. But those of us that had a significant growth in FES scholarship students, lost out unintentionally.
Okay, thank you. I got it. And then, let's see what else I have here. The one mill that sunsets in 2023, when does it sunset? Does it sunset at the end of the year? Is it our fiscal year?
The tax year.
It's a tax year? Thank you. And then the millage, so I'm going to save that for what I'd like to see. I think that's it. I do have a couple comments, since we're taking comments on what, on our wish list or what we have. I would, in dealing with the referendum, and I know that we've had the conversation as a school board at the dais before, but when the new referendum comes, I would really love to see that broken out of the budget. I would really love to see the referendum dollars, the dollars that we pull in from the referendum, kind of broken out. I know that we give them out. I know that we give something to the community. I'd like for it to be more transparent, so that we had concrete dollars that we could see in a budget versus it being absolved.
A line item.
I would like a line item. Yes, I would, absolutely. I would. And I think our community would too. I just think it helps it be more clear on what we're actually spending those dollars on. As far as things that I would like to see in the district, I would love, and I know that it would be short term, and this would be something that I would want to last longer. I don't know if we could use ESSER dollars, but I would love to have, and maybe we're working on it, a pre-K at every elementary school in Orange County Public Schools. I'm a big believer that we need to work on our VPK, and if we get those kiddos and we get the interventions that they may need, or find out any kind of learning disabilities that they have, that they're going to be more successful as they get older. I'm also a big believer in screening for dyslexia. 10% of our population is dyslexic in some form, and we don't screen for it, but yet we screen every second grader for gifted, and only about 1% of our population is gifted. So if we're going to screen for one, I would really love to see some type of uniform dyslexia screening, and really more money put into our VPK programs, and expanded at every elementary school or wherever else, if we could partnership with others for that VPK. I just think that there's such a huge need right now, and we're seeing it in our classroom with our children struggling developmentally and struggling with self-control and self-regulation. I just think that we need to do everything that we can to help the kiddos. And I would love to see us, and I know that we haven't been, I think, a school in every district, but the Ortham Gillum, which is a really good resource for children that have dyslexia. I would love to see that expanded well. So since you asked me for my wish list, those are just a few things. Thank you. I have a bunch more, but that's for capital.
All right, Member Castrodeno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have some questions about the minimum wage requirement. That we're going to be getting an allocation from the, no.
No, ma'am. It's in any additional funding is incorporated into the FEFP.
In the FEFP, okay. So do we know yet how much that will take to get all of our employees up to that $15 an hour?
I've been in discussion with our compensation team. I don't want to speak for them, but I believe it's somewhere between $20 and $30 million. That's just to bring our employees that are currently not making $15 an hour up to that.
Okay, thank you. I know that's a broad range, but you don't know, but that helps. I would like to see, and I don't know if this is something that you can provide or if another department can provide, but a breakdown of our classified staff, the numbers that we have in each position, and what they currently make, or the range that they are making. Just so that I can see, and that we can see how far off
some of our employees are from that minimum, and how many of our employees would be affected by that compression as well. And if there is an ability to avoid the compression so that we give everyone an increase, that's going to cost a few more million, I know. But this is a minimum wage is, a great goal, but it's still only $15 an hour, and I don't think anyone in this room lives on minimum wage. It would be very difficult to do. So I think we should still be striving for a living wage. And that's all I had. I really wanted to know more about our classified staff. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Member Castrodental. I have still got a lot of questions about the scholarship funds, and I'm wondering if maybe we just need to have a separate meeting. But I guess at the core of my question, when we talk about these students that are using the scholarship funds, these were students that were in our classrooms at
Not
one point.
necessarily.
Not necessarily. Okay, so you didn't have to start here. You could just apply them.
Correct.
Okay.
Right. I believe that in 1920, let me get back to you on that.
They
Yeah.
expanded it in some way, yeah. So I was thinking this particular year when they said, all right, anybody who feels awkward about a mask for any reason, then they can declare they're bullied, and we have to automatically assist them in getting into a private school under the bullying. And so all of those students would have been in our schools. We would have been funded for them. And then when they transferred to a private school, would they still count as part of our FEFP, and then we transfer the funds, or they don't count as part of our FEFP?
Well, we're getting the dollars
Okay.
for all the scholarship students. So our 214,000 students,
Okay. So if we're getting the dollars for all of our students, then what is this loss of $32 million? That's the part I'm confused about.
Okay, so as part of our funding, scholarship funding is part of our funding.
Right.
Although ultimately it's passed through. We have to record it all, right, as
Right.
revenue, but we never actually get it.
Right.
It passes through.
Right.
So the $32 million is same. We had this increase in scholarship students. The student reserve allocation was able to make us whole in terms of the base student allocation. But all of those categoricals also are paid out to scholarship students. It's not just the base. So those payments continued to happen. However, in the third calc, we did not receive the funding for the increase in scholarship payments. So the dollars have been taken from us to pay scholarship. We need to make ourselves whole.
Did we get our base student allocation for the total number of students in our FEFP?
The base, yes.
The base, yes.
Yes.
And that number of base.
We got around $17 million in base.
And that includes the amount that we needed to pass through.
No, that was about 49 or 50 million. And there's the delta of the 32 million.
So when we talk about our FEFP, that does or doesn't include the students that are in the scholarship program?
It does.
It does. And but we didn't get funded for 32 million of it?
Can I?
Yeah.
So
what happened is they gave us funding for a projected amount of students that were going to go into scholarship. We received well over that projected amount, and we had to pay for them. We had to pass through those dollars to those schools for those students. And that's what that student reserve allocation was for, to make us whole, because if the numbers were over projected, they were over projected by, we went over the projection by thousands and thousands of students. We had to pay for those. So now the state owes us the $32 million to make us whole, because we've already paid out that money to the schools for those students.
Well, what I'm trying to understand is if those were students that were with us to begin with.
No, they were not.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
The funding for those students is ours, and it just passes through. So when you see our total funding, it includes scholarship students, but they never were our students and then went out.
Okay. All right. We'll set up time for a separate meeting to make sure I'm fully understanding this. Yeah. Other question I had, funding for pre-K. Where does the funding come from? Because I remember at Orange County, we paid for pre-K services at many of the schools.
So I was going to clarify
Yes.
Board Member Gallo's comment.
Yes.
We cannot use FEFP dollars to
Right.
support VPK. While we have the special millage, we have those are non-FEFP dollars. So if we were to provide, and we do, some support, but if you were looking to expand, we'd have to have a fund source for that.
So I think, I honestly, but that's what I thought. The state is funding it.
So we, yes,
Early Learning Coalition.
yes, Early Learning Coalition.
Separate
Thank
pot.
you. Yes.
Right.
We would just have to get it from them.
Right, so the funding to operate, you're not suggesting that we try to, okay, good, because I was thinking that let's let the state continue to fund that. You were talking about having it on site at our schools, which if we get enough scholarship students to transfer out of all of our elementary schools, then maybe we won't have the space. But I hear your, huh? Yeah, it's a space. It will be a space issue, I'm sure, on some of our campuses. But I just wanted to clarify that because I thought you were talking about using our FEFP, our base student allocation, or in some way to fund that. And then in terms of priorities, I think you've heard our priorities, and for me, they haven't, at least on operating, they haven't changed. I do want to address the compression issue. I think when we get everybody to $15, we need to deal with addressing that compression issue. And I appreciate very much the work that went into looking at what can we reduce in terms of recurring costs. And I think almost all of those were recurring costs, so that was helpful. And I do want to commend you and the Deputy Superintendent for the work that you put into hearing the board and hearing the priorities. I have nothing new in this area at this point in time. So, and I'm the last person speaking, so we'll move on to operations?
Capital,
I'm sorry. Yes.
Capital budget, Ms. Padres.
Let me get the slide. Okay, and now the Capital Projects Fund. This graph reflects our 5-year forecast of capital revenues. The light blue line.
Little hard to hear you.
Sorry.
Judith, thank you.
Let me get this closer. Okay, the light blue line for other state revenue shows our CONDS projected appropriation. These revenues are generated from auto license fees and mostly used for safety purposes. Based on the current fiscal year appropriation, we're anticipating to receive $7.3 million. This amount will be revised once the state provides an updated appropriation. The PICO line in burgundy shows the state funding provided for chartered capital as pass-through dollars. Using the current year appropriation, the estimated amount for next year is $8.6 million. As a reminder, there are no guarantees that the legislature will continue to fully fund charter capital from PICO funds moving into the future. And that's the reason why this revenue source is only reflected in fiscal year 23. The gold bar represents our sales tax revenue projections. Sales tax revenues have increased significantly from what was collected last year. For fiscal year 23, we're estimating to collect $320 million, which is the equivalent of an increase of over 4% from this year's projected collections. These estimates are a combination of the fiscal year 22 revenue collections and the Office of Economic and Demographic Research forecast. As the graph shows, there are no revenues allocated to fiscal year 27. This is because the sales tax program will sunset in December of 2025. The dark blue bar shows our impact fees. We're projecting to receive $76.4 million in fiscal year 23. This projection is based on current year collections and adjusted for growth based on historical permit trends. The orange bar represents our 1.5 capital mill revenue projections, which for fiscal year 23 amounts to $266.3 million. Estimates are based on the property assessed valuation as projected in January by EDR for the upcoming year. This graph illustrates our recommended capital projects use of funds for the upcoming year. Carry forward funds have not been incorporated into the budget. The largest portion for our budget is used for additional schools at 29.3%, followed by debt service at 24.8%, and the third largest recommended use of funds is for district-wide capital at 23%, which includes appropriations for district-wide construction, functional equity, ancillary, major painting projects, capital renewal, and site improvements. The recommended capital plan reflects the following: funding for 17 relief schools, 10 elementary schools, 1 K-8, 5 middle schools, and 1 high school. The opening year is based on recommendations and feedback received from both the Advanced Planning Committee and the Capital Program Steering Committee. Functional equity, the recommended budget includes $5.9 million for projects that are primarily intended to add permanent instructional space and reduce some portable instructional spaces. The recommended budget also allocates funding to a list of pre-2003 sales tax schools. These schools are earmarked for projects based on the needs, as identified in the district's condition assessment. Funding is also included for repurposing schools. And for capital renewal, in accordance with the referendum, a portion of the sales tax revenues is transferred to the Capital Renewal Fund to cover major system replacement needs. This plan continues to fund that transfer. Based on anticipated projects, we are projecting that the Capital Renewal Fund will be fully committed by fiscal year 27. On slide 24, these are our recommended 5-year new school openings. As mentioned before, this recommended list of new school openings is based on the Advanced Planning Committee recommendations and has been approved by the Capital Program Steering Committee. We have 5 new schools opening this August, which include 3 elementary, 1 middle, and 1 K-8. In August of 2023, 1 middle school will open based on this recommendation. For slide 25, in August of 2024, we're recommending to open 4 new schools, including 2 elementary, 1 middle, and 1 high school. In 2025, the plan is to open 1 elementary school. And for this school, 130 ESE2, the recommended opening year is being moved up from year 2026 to 2025. This will help address overcrowding and growth in the area. In addition, Site 118 ESW5, which in the current fiscal year 22 adopted CIP is scheduled to open in 2024, has been moved outside of the recommended 10-year plan due to low enrollment numbers. We will continue to monitor growth in the area as part of next year's Advanced Planning Committee review. For comprehensive projects that are entering construction, again, this slide only shows those projects that are moving into the construction phase this upcoming fiscal year. As this slide reflects, Orange Technical College East and West campuses, and as part of our pre-2003 sales tax schools, 3 Points, Howard Middle School, and Lakeview Middle will be moving into construction. As you know, we have other projects that are on their second year of construction that are not shown on this slide, such as Orange Technical College. Now, comprehensive projects entering design. The design of Avalon, Camelot, Citrus, and Endeavor as well as Ocoee Middle School, will be starting in fiscal year '23. As noted above, these schools are part of the pre-2003 sales tax schools. And now on slide 28. A recommended CIP also includes funding for buses which are on a 9-year replacement cycle, portable moves and leasing, which is included to help manage population fluctuations. Of the $26.3 million, $8.9 million is for leasing and $17.4 million is for portable moves and installations. For charter schools, as a flow-through from the state, and there are also dollars included in the plan for district-wide painting needs and for digital technology replacement, which addresses replacement of classroom technology and digital curriculum-related infrastructure. This concludes the capital portion of our budget presentation.
All right, thank you. Member Gould.
Thank you. Question for you on school bus replacement and enhancements to the new schools, and especially like the tech schools. How much green technology and electric bus style is built into that piece of the budget? And if you can't answer that today, that's okay. I would just like to know that. And then in our expansion into more CTE, is there anything that we have thought about or could think about in off-site partnerships? For example, many other school districts, some in the state of Florida, but around the country, have very robust apprentice and internship programs where they may even have off-site training areas that they've worked out with business partners, sometimes utilizing what they already have in kind, or maybe even having a classroom set. I know we have a lot of portables right now, so this might be a time to think about this with specific training partners if we needed, since busing is so difficult, if we needed some off-site classes. So just trying to think out of the box how to get kids skills while utilizing the resources that we have.
Dr. Jenkins.
Madam Chair, thank you, Member Gould. I know that's a passionate area of passion for you. We have our CTE program expanding and growing in those areas. We'll have a more extensive response for you, but we've got some partnerships and apprenticeships that are growing and quite exciting. We'll bring that to the board at a future time.
All righty, thank you.
Thank you. And then if you'll just get back to me on, converting from dependency on gas to other things.
Yes, they're nodding in the affirmative. They will look into that and get back to you.
We will.
I have a couple of questions. We have a number of projects that were part of the 2003 sales tax list that are projects for this year's construction. Will these projects complete all of the pre-2003 sales tax school improvement pledged projects? I believe they are, correct?
The list.
This year completes all of our regular schools.
The ones that were on that original list?
Right.
Complete.
Yes, okay, thank you. After this year?
Yes.
Okay. Second question I had, and I should have brought this up, and I do want to publicly apologize to Rory and Jed. We had a good conversation the other day about the updates to the CIP. But one thing that was brought to my attention just yesterday was the issue of equity when it comes to our sports fields and our sports amenities. Specifically and I haven't had a chance to verify or validate this, that Olympia in particular, their baseball fields are somehow less equivalent, if anybody knows what I'm talking about. And I think they don't have locker rooms. So I wanted to just kind of put that into the record if that's the case, and I don't know what all the other schools have. I'm not trying to not trying to make an accusation, it's just a question as to whether or not they have equity when it comes to those fields. And then I think there's also, and member Felder, you would probably be more aware of this, I think there was some questions about equity with regards to some of Jones's facilities as well.
Yeah.
So sure.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Chairman Jacobs. Dr. Jinks and I have been in numerous conversations regarding how things working. You and I talked, I think, during the dedication of Jones's Media Center to Ron Rogers. And some members of my constituency, they just asked you some questions regarding the field at Jones. And then we had some issues last year, some serious issues about equipment and mildew, and I went to Dr. Jenkins, and God bless him, before Jim Morris, left us, he was talking with me also, and I had a meeting with Rory. We was talking about some other things, but some things with Jones. I guess it's going to be a concern because, we do want to have equity, but I think I just heard Dr. G say something about with Olympia, the space. And I think we're still trying to work with the situation at Jones with the baseball area where they store the equipment. They're not storing it correctly, or maybe there's not an area, maybe an area needs to be built of some sort, so that the district won't have to keep spending money buying new equipment, because if it's mildew, the children can't use it. So we're gonna have to spend more money. So what is it that we need to do to make sure that it's maintained? And of course, the football field. I do want to say this: we did get some help with the scoreboard. Some people came in to help us get that, and that's going to be a really nice state-of-the-art scoreboard, Mr. Hogan and some folk at Camping World. But I wasn't going to talk about that, but I'll just finish that, and then when we come back again, when my time comes up, I'll say some other stuff. But I just wanted to respond to what you said.
Thank you. No, thank you.
And Dr. Jenkins, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, so just a couple of things. What comes to mind about Olympia, I believe there was some issues that Member Gould brought up because there was a space issue, and could they put a portable out there to serve as locker rooms, because they are contained in a pretty tight space. Where we've tried to make sure we have some equity, I guess we take one bite of the elephant at a time. Number one was rubberized track fields, because only a couple of schools had those. Those are state-of-the-art, better on the joints for the students, and probably provide some advantage, if you will. And so one year, when we have end-of-year dollars available, everybody gets a rubberized track. And then the 2 years later, I believe it was Member Byrd brought up the concern over lighting in some of the baseball, because sometimes we have booster clubs who invest in their facilities. Boone High School has a lovely renovated football stadium. They did a major capital campaign with their booster club. And then a few years from now, everyone will start to notice it as an inequity. Mm-hmm. So when we're able to make those adjustments, we do. Lighting for all of our baseball and softball fields was the provision last time, trying to keep some equity. But my guess is there'll be something else state-of-the-art that some booster club puts in place that eventually will tilt that equity issue as well. What I'll have our Chief Facilities Officer, Salambini, do is actually have a review of our athletic facilities so we can see where those tipping points are. In the event that we have some additional capital dollars that the board can set as a priority, as we did with the rubberized fields and the lighting for baseball and softball fields. Happy to take a look at that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And one of the things that, of course, Olympia doesn't have out there is the lights, because they're restricted because of the covenants that ran with that land. So at the same time, if we could at least bring, to the extent that there's the space to do it, we could bring the rest of the fields up to the same standard, because we'll never be able to give them what we would call full function, full
Got it.
functional equality.
Got it. And of course,
Yeah.
we have two campuses that don't have the football stadium on property at all.
And
And I
that's-
always like
yeah.
to remind folks too, I shouldn't say old, the previous model for the football stadium, that's the concrete version, Oak Ridge, Evans, a few others have that larger stadium. It was a conscious decision some years ago. I believe it was part of Cove's recommendations when they were doing value engineering. They said, stop building major stadiums. Your money should be going into the classroom. Stadiums should be minimized. So we used to fondly call it the teacup version, much smaller football stadium. That is our prototype. And then if a school starts and they build their attendance so that it justifies it, then they can get some additional stands. But the smaller, an intentional difference is the smaller teacup football stadium as opposed to the concrete size that you would see at Evans or Oak Ridge. They had those in place already through whatever means. So when they went through renovation, they kept it. But I like to always try to explain to folks why we had that inequity for our football
I think
stadiums.
Olympia might have been your first school
It
that
was
we
the
did
first
that way.
teacup. It was the first teacup, and there have been several since.
Yes, I was.
And when they go and visit Evans or other places, Oak Ridge and such,
I know you all have heard this,
then they
but-
say, we want a stadium like that. If they, And you know what? If they build their numbers, they may get additional stadium seating. Won't look like the old version, but they will get the additional permanent seating if they build their numbers. Thing is, if you go by on Friday nights, you don't see the same numbers turning out in a lot of those football games anymore.
All right.
We're on it.
All right, thank you. And Mr. I don't know, I can't pronounce. How do you pronounce Rory's last name? Sambini? Am I got it? Sambini? Sambini. I will. I'll get a little bit more information on what it was that I heard, and I'll relay it to you. I know it had to do with a locker room, but it was something else to do with the field. I'll pass that on to you. Thank you, and thanks for looking into it. Member Byrd.
Thank you, Chair. And I appreciate the conversation, especially since we've been discussing it a lot at APOPCA. So I do appreciate the conversation. And really, it is an interesting one when you're talking about booster clubs and what they do for different schools. You know, it really does create a lot of inequity, but I don't know what you could do about that, because we certainly don't want to limit the opportunity. I mean, Winter Park High School and their pool is a perfect example. There's a big difference of having your own pool on campus and being able to have practice before and after school like they do, and compared to teams where they have to go to borrow another pool and use it only when they can. And, you know, it makes such a big difference. So yeah, I appreciate that conversation, and I really do think that while we can't build pools at every school, we can ensure that there are minimum things that are at least equitable at the schools. Something that I brought up to Roberto a while back, and I know that he was looking into it, but I just want to bring it up again because I think it's really important. It's a pretty important safety concern. Is the cameras in parking lots, student parking lots, and faculty parking lots for that matter, but specifically I'm talking about student parking lots. I know some schools, we're working on getting them in all the schools. I don't know how fast that's moving along, but I think that it's an issue that definitely, as quick as we can address that, I think it needs to be addressed if there are areas that do not have cameras. I was going to agree with Member Gould about the green things that we can do, the green things. The buses, I would love to get an update. I know that we have some of our some of our electric buses that we're currently using, or we're going to start using. I don't know. Are we using them now? No. They're on order. Okay, good. So, yeah, I think that's so exciting. But yeah, I definitely am all for that. In fact, I just had my community update on West Side Tech, the new one, and they updated about how the roof is going to be completely covered in solar panels, and it's going to create enough electricity to run the whole building. So we're so excited about that. There is another, speaking of equity, there's another issue that I would just like to bring up, and I know that we are extremely underfunded in transportation. I'm fully admitting that before I bring this up. But we have an issue at several of our schools, our high schools, that there are numerous kids that are not able to participate in after-school activities because they don't have transportation home. And I know this is not anything new, but I'm experiencing it firsthand as a mom, and it's heartbreaking. There's a lot of kids that want to be involved in clubs, chess club, or, anything after school, and they can't. They just can't stay after school unless they can get a ride home with someone. So I know that we have done at some schools like a courtesy bus thing when we can, where we can bring home kids if there's like tutoring and that kind of thing. But I would just love for us to think about this issue and try to see if we can come up with some kind of out-of-the-box solution, because it really is an issue. If a child has the opportunity to be as involved as they possibly can at a school and put all of that on their college resume, that makes a big difference, as opposed to a kid that can't do anything because they can't get a ride home from school. So if we could just, I don't know, think outside the box. I mean, I don't know if we could look at more community partnerships, some way that we can help these kids. I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Which are you primarily referring to middle school? Just
High school.
High school.
Specifically. Middle school, they have some sports, but they have very limited sports at the middle schools. And I'm sure it's an issue at middle schools too, but I'm thinking more about the high school kids, the younger 9th, 10th graders, 11th graders that don't drive to school. Where I'm experiencing is just kids that my daughter knows that can't be involved in things after school, or maybe a school that is a lower income school isn't able to have rehearsals for musicals after school like some schools do. So what they do is they require their students to take, if they're going to participate in a musical, they're in the class, they're in a theater class, and that's the only way you can participate in the musicals if you take that theater class, because that school doesn't offer after-school theater because the kids don't have rides home from school. So it really creates an inequity between the schools, I think, this issue, and I would love for us to try to figure out some way to solve it.
So, Dr. Jenkins, I know when I became chair, one of the first things I did was reached out to talk to Lynx and see if they actually I think they reached out to me wanting to see if they could help. I don't think they had any idea how big the district and the needs were. But the needs for something like this are much smaller. And it occurs to me, having served on the Lynx board, that the time frame that you're looking at in most cases, isn't going to be your peak time of need for Lynx. And Lynx has, I forget what they call them. They have the neighborhood link, which is a smaller bus. It's more like a van, like a shuttle van type of thing. That possibly there could be a partnership with Lynx, and then the mayor, if he is able to get his sales tax initiative passed, creates more funding for Lynx, and perhaps it's a service you pay for, but for those students who don't have the money, maybe there is some sort of a scholarship program that we could develop for those students. So it's all a long shot, but given the time of day, especially when you said high schoolers, because the time of day that they're getting out and their after-school program that they'd be participating in would probably still come in under the peak hour for Lynx transportation needs, just might work. So something I think we ought to pursue as a team. Okay, great. I'm not sure. The executive director was somebody I knew very well. I'm not sure if he's still in that position, but no, not. What is his name? And where did he go? Did he find a job? No, I was thinking of someone else who, yeah. But anyway, yeah. So possibility. Thank you for bringing it up. All right, let's go to Member Felder. Member Felder, you're recognized.
All right, thank you. I think it may have been answered a while back, but on page 26, talked about Orange Technical College East and West campuses, and as a part of our pre-2003 sales tax school, 3 Points Elementary School, Howard Middle School, Lakeview Middle School, we're moving into construction. As you know, we have other projects that are on their second year of construction that are not shown on this slide, such as Orange Technical College. You speaking of the Orange Technical College that's right here, like next to the district?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you're talking, yeah, because
Yes,
you
ma'am.
are, we have a hospital-like unit, right, LPN unit there, a hospital? What?
They have several courses over there.
I know, but one, when I first got on board, they gave me a virtual tour. One of the floors was like a real hospital. So, yeah, LPN, so we're still working in that construction, other stuff with that. What are some of the things you're doing over there? What are some of the construction, you know? You don't know, that's okay. But that's the one you're talking about, right?
Right next door.
Oh, Rory? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Rory. Oh,
Yes, that's the one we're talking about. I mean,
Oh,
it's the
okay.
one right next to us, Orange Technical College.
Yeah, we've been doing some great things over there. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that's the one.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that
Yes,
I
ma'am.
was understanding. All right, well, thanks.
Okay. Member Gallo.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I think most of what I've wanted to say has been covered. I echo what Melissa says about us needing school buses. I don't know if there's a way to partner. I don't know if we partnership with like the Boys and Girls Club at the high school level or if it ends at the middle school level. But I know that the Boys and Girls Club used to pay to transport our middle school students home after clubs if it was after the bus left. So I don't know if they still do that. That's something we could look into. But anytime we can partner with our after-school programs.
So Orange County government pays for all those after-school programs and
They
that
do?
busing, yes.
Do they still do that?
For middle school only, yes.
Middle school
I
only?
expanded it to all middle schools when I was mayor.
Could you
yes.
get it expanded to high school?
I would have to run for mayor again, and I have a feeling that's an uphill battle right this minute.
Okay, just thought I'd ask. But when we were,
But maybe if I threatened and then negotiated, you think? No.
maybe. So, and the functional equities, I think, has been covered. I have some issues that I've spoken to Dr. Jenkins about, and the team, the entire team. I'm calling Jad or texting Jad a lot about this is happening, and Jose too. Every time they regret me going by my schools because I've been out by Corner Lake and East River a lot lately, and so I'm always calling them, going, "Hey, this just happened on the corner. Hey, this is going on." But I'm appreciative that as a district that we do look into that functional equity, because it is important that what we expose one child to at one school, they can have that same education at another school. And it's not, I'm not just talking about sports, because I have some equity issues at University High that's dealing with in the arts program and the music program. And so we need to make sure that no matter where a child goes at Orange County Public Schools, that they can get maybe not the exact same experience. We have magnet schools, we have different choice schools, but at least something extremely similar to any school in our district, so that they can have that same wonderful experience. So thanks.
I agree with you. The one area where there is the gaping hole is transportation, and in the transportation funding, and that leads to the inequities. After-school programs, availability to different magnet programs.
And dual enrollment. That's like a big hindrance
Yes.
to get kids to go into dual enrollment, because they have to drive to Valencia. Although I did hear that the dual enrollment's now online. Is that true?
We have some available online as well as some available on campuses as well.
And they may have access to links, neighborhood, to Valencia campuses. I would bet there may be more connectivity than there is. Well, there's none to our schools right now, so that still may be an option as well.
It's challenging when you get into Buffalo, like
When you
East
get
River.
one. Okay.
And there's no sidewalks on 50. If you were still mayor, I'd complain
Yeah.
about that now, but you're.
No, I'm not mayor, and I'm not running. Not with people like you around. Mayor Demings, look out. And once Angie's done harassing our staff, she can come over there and bother you. All right, Angie, I'm so glad you're doing that. And now I feel so much better when I call. See? Puts it all in perspective. All right, let's go to Member Cobert. Member Cobert, thank you for hanging in there. How are you feeling, if I may ask?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing okay. I'll try to make it quick and brief. I have two comments going back to operational. Although I do think Member Gallo should consider running for mayor, and then we could get everything that we want over
There
here
you
on
go.
our side. So just something to think about in the next round, Member Gallo. Back to operational very quickly in priorities. Obviously, I know that we all agree on this, but I just want to put it out there that our employee compensation has to be the number one priority, easing the compression, and at the same time, providing for continued growth for our newer and younger employees. I know that's going to be a challenge before, but that, for me, has to be our number one priority, taking care of our people. And there are other non-compensation benefits that I know the superintendent and district are working on. For example, the telework or even some self-selected professional development. So those are great things on the operations side. On the facilities side, I agree that I would love to have a pre-K in every single school, but I do want to remind the board that we have in planning stages the all pre-K center at the former Pine Castle Elementary School site. So that is in planning stages. That will be an all pre-K center that will be open to the public. So you have, whether you live in the area, whether you're a teacher, whether you commute in and go past that on your way to downtown, that's going to be a great asset to the entire community. On the athletic facilities, also agree there, but I do want to compliment the facilities department and Doug Patterson. Recently had some questions and concerns at Cypress Creek High School, and they were immediately out there walking the facilities, taking a look at what needs to be done, and they're going to rectify those. So I just want to offer a tremendous shout out and compliment to all of the maintenance facilities, not only for reacting in that way, but for continuing to go back the level of maintenance and upkeep in our older facilities at the same time as building and planning for all of these new schools. It's very impressive. Other districts don't have that level of care. And when I go into some of my older schools and see that the paint has been refreshed or the landscaping has been refreshed or the carpeting, it's really good to see, because when I do go to other districts or talk to school board members around the state, they don't have that. So that is thanks to our facilities department, our great leadership, and to the taxpayers of Orange County for our half penny. And then finally, I think a partnership with Links, I think going back and really looking at how we expand that partnership to provide for before and after school activities, as Member Byrd mentioned, dual enrollment, as Member Gallo mentioned, and then also some of the flexible schedules that we are piloting in our high schools. That'll limit the number of students that might be able to have those flexible schedules if transportation is a problem. So I think there's a great opportunity for partnership there, and I think it's something we should pursue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Cobert. All right, any other comments from board members? Dr. Jenkins, let me turn to you. You've gotten some feedback.
We have our notes here. We'll certainly look at all of that and have some individual conversations with board members before your next meeting to discuss your budget. In fact, we go to that last slide. Next steps. So there will be public hearing comes up on July 26th. So we'll have more information available and individual conversations with you long before that. And then the final adopted budget is September 13th. So we've got time to look at some of those issues, and we will be scheduling an closed session so that we can talk about employee compensation once we get our final numbers. Ms. Concarlino?
Yes, I just wanted to address 2 points today that I've gotten clarification on. So to Board Member Gallo, the 1 mil sunsets July 30th, June 30th of 2023. So this is we're going to be going into our last fiscal year, school year with those dollars. That's number one. To Board Member Castor Dental, $22.8 million. That does not address compression. That is just bringing employees up to $15 an hour. And I'll relay your other comments regarding breakdown and such to our classified staff. And to Chair Jacobs, I will break down an easy explanation of the FES.
Okay,
Yes.
well, I'm sure when we can just sit down in person,
That's
it
fine.
will be easier to.
Would be
Or if
great.
you want to break it down and send it to me, you know, I read better than I listen, so whatever works for you, okay?
I think if we do a white paper to make it, Rick Collins loved this term, a white paper.
Yeah.
that explains it on the
I
level
love
for
a white
anyone.
paper.
Then we can share it with all the board members and anyone else who might have those questions. That used to be a standard practice. We can certainly get one.
Absolutely.
All right, that's it. That is it. Well, thank you, everyone, for your support throughout this morning, this afternoon, and this meeting is now adjourned. Did good.